The skills revolution in South Africa has seen the introduction of the Skills Development Act of 1998, which in turn, the government developed the first National Skills Development Strategy, NSDS, the year 2000, saw the birth of sector education and training authorities that will implement the NSDS. The W&Rseta was established in 2000, and its vision is to be the leader in skills development in the country. The SETA has lived up to its vision, which is evident in the success and achievements.
W&Rseta is really humbled by the contribution of our wholesale retail companies, including our key role players, training providers, institutions of learning, and other stakeholders in making skills development a reality in the wholesale and retail sector. And today, we can really look back with sort of a sense of pride on the accomplishment that we've made, and look back with pride of what we have achieved over a period of time. As you would know, that this SETA also did not have any industrial training board. So it means as a SETA, we had to start from scratch. So as we reflect on this milestone, we as a SETA really found ourselves on a path where, there was actually nothing. And when we look back, we can then see the trail that we have left with the work that we've accomplished together with our stakeholders. Our achievement really a demonstration of a sector that is being transformed and positioned to remain key contributor to the countries. There is nothing as rewarding as you seeing an employee receiving their first qualification, and that sense of achievement that these young people, you can see it in their faces when they get this qualification and entering a job market. And really, we've also had some really great stories and moments where we've got news about those that have gone through our programs when they get promoted into influential positions. We've celebrated growth also of small businesses and employees starting their own ventures. This has been really the true measure of the impact of our initiative and changing the lives of the ordinary citizens.
Shoprite places huge emphasis on learning and development, and this has been taking place long back before year 2000. Since the introduction of learnership and skills program in year 2000, Shoprite has actively participated and will continue to do so, as this gives the company an opportunity to ensure that we have skilled and qualified employees.
Skill is a big challenge in our country. And in order for us as retailers to acquire skilled people, it is a mission. The Rseta contribution to our business is huge. As I said, 80% of our employees came through the learnership. 6 months later, this learnership, they become employee. They got skilled, they've learned, they understand what is expected of them.
We started off, training the skills development facilitators of the SETA. We were right there in the beginning. Now you can appreciate, as the skills development starts with the SDF, that was compile a workplace skills plan, that make a need analysis, there's the job profiling, there's the plan, that is in line, with the business objectives of the company. And from there, the training, would flow forth. So we trained the skills development facilitators of the SETA, and that formed the basis and the foundation from which, the first WSPs were submitted to the SETA. And then we were so privileged, to be involved with the piloting of the very first 2 qualifications that the SETA had registered at that stage, which was a qualification on NQF level 2, on wholesale and retail processes, and 1 on operations management on NQF level 5.
Really, this program started in 2009, 15 years. And I wasn't here at the time, and the pioneer of the program, Mr. Dihole, was really at the core of this particular program, the board at a particular point in time. And really this program is to create a pool and a pipeline of the influential leaders in the retail sector. But what is also grateful and nice about this program is that you've seen a number of beneficiaries of this program getting into their own businesses, moving up the ladder, and we're dealing also in the retail sectors. And so there is really a return on investment on the program. And our slogan in the organization is that we're moving from good to great together, and I think we really live in that. Thank you very much.
The W&Rseta launched this as a pilot program in 2011 and 2012 and aimed to create a pool of qualified managers. We have approximately 2,000 shopping centers and malls across this country and employ approximately 4.5 million people in retail. South Africa, with its diverse and dynamic retail sector, contributes 15% to our GDP.
The W&Rseta is unrelenting in its skills development transformative agenda for the sector to ensure equal opportunities for young people, women, and Africans. One of the initiatives to achieve this objective is the Service Station Readiness Program. The W&Rseta partnered with Petro Connect for this program that has benefited 1,000 individuals who aspire to start their own fuel retail businesses, expand existing businesses, or develop their careers in fuel retail operations. A 21 million rand investment was made into the program to equip aspiring fuel retailers with the knowledge to enter the industry. Existing fuel retailers were equipped to grow their businesses, while current employees were trained on management and supervisory skills of fuel retail operations.
3, 2, 1. Professor B. Nzimande, Member of Parliament, on the 3rd of May 2024.
To the W&Rseta, thank you for continually sticking to the promise to advance South Africa's economy through skills development.
As a SETA, really, we are committed to responding to the needs of the sector, and we are looking forward to continue the skills revolution with stakeholders as we journey through the challenging and opportunities that lies ahead. On behalf of the W&Rseta, I wish to extend my gratitude to all our stakeholders for enabling the W&Rseta to execute its mandate, but most importantly for being part of the system that transforms the lives of the people. Thank you for being part of the solution to the challenges that we all face as a sector and also as an organization, the SETA. So here is to 2030 and beyond, in moving the sector and the organization from being good sector and an organization to greatness.
The skills revolution in South Africa has seen the introduction of the Skills Development Act of 1998, which in turn, the government developed the first National Skills Development Strategy, NSDS, the year 2000, saw the birth of sector education and training authorities that will implement the NSDS. The W&Rseta was established in 2000, and its vision is to be the leader in skills development in the country. The SETA has lived up to its vision, which is evident in the success and achievements.
W&Rseta is really humbled by the contribution of our wholesale retail companies, including our key role players, training providers, institutions of learning, and other stakeholders in making skills development a reality in the wholesale and retail sector. And today, we can really look back with sort of a sense of pride on the accomplishment that we've made, and look back with pride of what we have achieved over a period of time. As you would know, that this SETA also did not have any industrial training board. So it means as a SETA we had to start from scratch. So as we reflect on this milestone, we as a SETA really found ourselves on a path where, there was actually nothing. And when we look back, we can then see the trail that we have left with the work that we've accomplished together with our stakeholders. Our achievement really are a demonstration of a sector that is being transformed and positioned to remain key contributor to the countries. There is nothing as rewarding as you seeing an employee receiving their first qualification, and that sense of achievement that these young people, you can see it in their faces when they get this qualification and entering a job market. And really, we've also had some really great stories and moments where we've got news about those that have gone through our programs when they get promoted into influential positions. We've celebrated growth also of small businesses and employees starting their own ventures. This has been really the true measure of the impact of our initiative and changing the lives of the ordinary citizens.
ShopRite places huge emphasis on learning and development, and this has been taking place long back before year 2000. Since the introduction of learnership and skills program in year 2000, ShopRite has actively participated and will continue to do so, as this gives the company an opportunity to ensure that we have skilled and qualified employees.
Skill is a big challenge in our country. And in order for us as retailers to acquire skilled people, it is a mission. The Rseta contribution to our business is huge. As I said, 80% of our employees came through the learnership. 6 months later, this learnership, they become employee. They got skill, they've learned, they understand what is expected of them.
We started off, training the skills development facilitators of the SETA. We were right there in the beginning. Now you can appreciate, is the skills development starts with the SDF. That was Kampala Workplace Skills Plan, that make a need analysis, there's the job profiling, there's the plan, that is in line, with the business objectives of the company. And from there, the training, would flow forth. So we trained the skills development facilitators of the SETA, and that formed the basis and the foundation from which, the first WSPs were submitted to the SETA. And then we were so privileged, to be involved with the piloting of the very first 2 qualifications that the SETA had registered at that stage, which was a qualification on NQF level 2, on wholesale and retail processes, and 1 on operations management on NQF level 5.
Okay, so my designers, where are my designers? They are my super stylish designers. Can we see the guys from the Chinese culture? Can we see you? Okay, so let's do this. We're gonna greet you in the different languages. So let's move on to Turkey. What do we say in Turkey? Look at them. See, after all the money that we spent. They can't remember how to greet. How do we say in the Turkish way? How do we say it? Merhaba. They forgot. I'll forgive you. Then the Chinese culture. In the Chinese culture, what do we say? Practice. Do you see that? And let's go to Egypt. And what do we say in Egypt? All right. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. My name is Martha Shingange, and I'm from the Wholesale and Retail SETA. Thank you so very much for joining us this morning. As I look around the room and see all the different stakeholders, I see collaboration, and this is what collaboration looks like, and it's absolutely beautiful. So this morning, ladies and gentlemen, we're having a very important and a very special session for the W&Rseta, whereby we want to showcase, as you can see, the stage is looking absolutely colorful. I've already indicated I've got designers. We had a designers program earlier in the year, the very first for the W&Rseta. Then we moved over to China, where we had some of our TVET graduates who spent a year in China. Then, of course, we also had a group of students who were in Egypt. So today, the purpose of today's session is for them to share with you your experiences. And again, what I do love about the people that I have in this room, it's because they are the absolute critical collaborators that we need to ensure that the lessons that the guys are coming back, the insights that they're coming back with from the countries that they have visited are going to need collaboration. At the W&Rseta, we say that there is power in collaboration. So they are ready to come and share with you their experiences, but also areas where they need further support, because we believe that in order to make a meaningful and a significant contribution and an impact, we need to collaborate and continue in terms of how we support our beneficiaries. So please allow me to observe all the protocol, but I would like to extend a very warm welcome to our partners in Egypt. Unfortunately, they could not join us, but they are joining us online. We do have Engineer Omar Metab El Arabi, who is the Business Development Manager at El Arabi Group. We also have Ms. Wala, who was actually my co-project manager for this particular group. So now, stakeholders, as the W&Rseta, and I see some of our sister SETAs are here. I'm going to say it in a way pretty. As the W&Rseta, we are pioneers in so many things. We are also pioneers when it comes to international exposure. So in 2009, we were the second SETA pretty to actually take programs internationally with the ILDP. And I'm actually also quite pleased that we do have some of our ILDP babies in this room. I call them babies. And if you look at them, you'll be wondering, why am I calling them babies? But they are, because I've had the greatest pleasure of walking at this journey with them. So can I just ask them to raise their hands so that you can see them? There was Leanne somewhere. There she is. She is shy to raise her hand, and I know a few of them are coming through. So the ILDP has taken us into over 9 countries since 2009. And the core of the objective of why we do this is because we want retail to be a global competitor. We want to ensure that our retailers are at the core and are at the cutting edge of the innovations that are taking place globally. So we didn't just stop there. Then years later, we then decided to take a group of designers. We took them to Turkey, and they will be telling you a little bit more about that particular project. And then we also went on to Egypt, where we took another a group of graduates for an experiential training there. And we also had some TVET graduates again going into China. So you can see that we're also quite deliberate in our collaboration with the TVET sector. It is for a reason, and during the course of today, we will be explaining exactly why we do that. So I would now like to please call upon our CEO, Mr. Tom Mkwanazi, so that he can share with you why it is that the W&Rseta invests in international exposure and experience for our stakeholders. Mr. CEO.
Good morning. Morning. Thank you very much, Program Director. I think for us, it's really an important day for W&Rseta, because it's important that when we allocate funding and we put money into programs, we then report back in terms of why we've put that money and what has then been the spin-offs into those particular programs. Because more often than not, as organizations, we just put money into the programs, and then thereafter we don't look after what then has happened into those particular programs. So I think, firstly, that's the reason why we are here today. And when we want to keep in touch with those beneficiaries, because more often than that, again, in the country, we do spend time sometimes do programs for unemployment, while our role is to ensure that we create employment or young people, those that get opportunities, get employed. I think Martha has indicated that we, as W&Rseta, we've always started, obviously, in 2009 with an International Leadership Development Program, and we've benefited over 500 senior and executive leaders in our sector to really go and get experience and come back into the country. Some of them have started their own businesses, and some of them have been promoted into various positions where they are. But when we do these programs, we do not just go there just for the fun of it. What we then also do is that we then go out there and see what are other opportunities that are available for the country and for the retail sector. So I think after that, we then had another program. I think it was a ZTEC project, where we went from the highest in our sector to what we call the lowest. Although in our sector, we say small business is big business. So I would say lowest because of how, as a country, we look at informal traders or informal, while it is a sector that really is important for us to build to what is called big business. So we then had a project where we looked at about 120 informal traders that we took them in to experience how businesses run in Kenya, so that they can try and learn and come and implement back. So for us, that's really, really, really important that we venture into international programs so that we can create value for retail sector and within the value chain covering sectors and occupation. W&Rseta, as Martha has indicated, believes in the power of collaboration to elevate the retail sector in South Africa, which to us has been a success. Behind this program is to address really scarce skills and develop suitably qualified workforce to grow our economy. The intention is to for this exposure of this program is to change the mindset. I was speaking to the young people out there, and I was asking them, how was their experience in China? And they say it was hard. And I said, that's the point. We wanted that. We wanted that so that they can go out there and see that things are different out there, so that they can then learn, because sometimes we're sitting here in our comfort zone in the country and we don't realize that there are opportunities. So I'm sure they have now realized how many opportunities are available. When I went out of the country for the first time, I met people that have never lived in a house where they can run around. I said, I'm no longer going outside the country, I'm coming back to South Africa. So, and I think taking and exposing people in that way really helps. We really want them to really broaden their horizons on opportunities in retail, and provide insight in best practices and cutting-edge innovations that are driving some of the world rapidly growing economies. E-commerce, for example, those that are going to e-commerce, I'm sure their minds are open in terms of what's happening in issues related to e-commerce. Further, the beneficiaries of these programs are presented with opportunities to create partnerships. So we don't expect you, when you go into these programs and say, okay, what then are you going to do for me when I come back? We expect you to look for partnerships in those particular experiences that we give you, with each other as well as with international counterparts, enablers, and collaborators, and increasing your networks. The program is also aimed to position retail as a carrier of choice by profiling the dynamic opportunities within the sector. Yesterday I was speaking to young people and I was asking them how many that are running a business are in retail, and only 3 raised their hands. And then I started then going down and asking them, and I said, what is your business? And then one was selling fat cooks. And I said, what's the ultimate goal? He said, was to sell them. So you're not in retail. They said, oh. Then they started thinking differently about what retail is all about. So by the time I left, I had more than 15 retailers in the room when I started with 3 retailers when we were starting a conversation at the end, because young people do not see wholesale and retail as a carrier of choice. They get into that opportunity just by accident, while the sector has got opportunities. With the launch of our career guidance platform, we want to showcase and share with young people that there are over 240 career pathways within the sector. So the sector is dynamic and it's got endless opportunities. Another objective of the program is to support and inculcate entrepreneurship among the youth, and to address our unemployment rate, particularly around young people.
So we then take this opportunity to congratulate all the beneficiaries for embracing the opportunities presented. So the fact that you are here after the program, it means you are embracing the program that we've put you through, and you have also acquired skills, and we hope you've gained some insight and to improve yourself and improve and elevate the sector. We therefore challenge you to implement new skills and learnings to realize full benefits of the program. So we will be following you. So you're not off the hook. So we will be following you. So you are now joining beneficiaries of alumni of our programs and assume the position of being an ambassador. So we expect you, Martha. I haven't discussed it with you, Vugani. I haven't discussed with you. All our beneficiaries, we need to think about how we give them a badge. An online one. No, man, don't spend a lot of money, so that they put it there online. We have to look at the opportunity. We have to look at these opportunities. You must have those badges. I don't know how are you guys going to create them. You know, I come with ideas, you implement them. So that they have those badges, so that they can then share what they can really benefit from the sector. But we also expect you to pay it forward and impact communities by imparting your knowledge and skills that you've acquired. It's not for you only, it's for your own communities. So we would like, therefore, to acknowledge our partners that we've worked with, Chinese Center for International Education and Exchange Center on the TVET graduate project, cross-border e-commerce project. Dr. Lu, I think, is here. The El Arabi Group for the TVET Graduate Appliance Repair. I think it's the CEO that we worked with, Mr. Muhammad, and the University of Cape Town Graduate School of Business on Designers Immersion in Istanbul. And then Carla was the designer of that program and is here in the room. So we then also like to call, therefore, for action that other partners that are here in the room, let's start working together. We are already working together, but let's just elevate it and take it further, so that we can be able to do the work that we are doing. The SETA cannot do its work without the partners, institutions of learning, the employers, young people. You are also partners. So go out there and talk to the young people and tell them about the opportunities and share your stories. I've looked at some of your presentations and I was quite amazed about what you guys are going to be sharing with us. And thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you so much, CEO. So as we can see, today I'm not in green. Those who know me, whenever I am at an event, I'm always in green. And you're probably wondering why. So this morning, I'm proudly dressed by Febrosense over there. So if you want one of these, or any of what you see here, my designers, they are here to dress you for your next occasion. So CEO, as you've indicated, it really is about collaboration, and we have received quite a remarkable interest from our stakeholders. Even as the programs were being implemented, some were coming in to say, how do we partner? We're excited about this. And we had to say, please hold it, hold it. I'm looking at someone who kept on messaging me and he's like, I want to go in. I said, just hold, let them come back first. What we will do, we will get them into a room so that they can share their experiences, but most importantly, they can tell us what what is the next, so that we can plug in where we can still have opportunities. And I'm quite excited that those stakeholders are actually here today, and they'll be listening in to see how they can partner with us. They've already told us how they would like to partner. They have promised some employment opportunities. So guys, it depends on what you do on the stage. There was another provider that say, we are ready to take on their merchandise, we want to sell it. And we're like, okay, bring it on. So they're waiting to hear from you guys, and because they're ready to collaborate with you. So the opportunities are there. It is about how we can actually collaborate so that we can grow small businesses in our country. So at this point in time, we would just like to share with you some snippets of the 3 programs, so that you get to get a feel of what the beneficiaries have been up to in the 3 different programs. So can we have the video clip, please, tech team? Thank you.
Sometime last year, Sue and I were here. We just stepped out of a meeting at United Brands. We had a meeting, very exciting, and as we were on the lift, and we thought, how about we bring some designers? Because we're just so mesmerized about what we saw in terms of the excellence around the manufacturing, the retail, how everything just really comes together. Here in Turkey, which is something that we lack in South Africa. So then I said to CEO, what do you think? And in the lift, then there was a project.
In terms of focusing on those that are in the fashion design space, because at the end of the day, you end up in retail.
Yes.
You end up selling your stuff. So, and I've had a number of issues that ICO is grappling with in terms of how we can support the fashion designers in South Africa, so that they can really do what they're supposed to do, because it's our work in skills development to really support and ensure that you also get more people participating, and people see this as a carrier of choice.
My name is Ole Dim. My company name, brand, House of Ole, based in Johannesburg. We specialize in wearable art. Bespoke is our thing. Bespoke is in tailoring.
Hello, Lazy. My company is Yatsa Fashion House, and my brand is Yatsa. We are based in KZN in Hot Shepstone. We also specialize in ladies' wear, ready to wear.
My name is Londega Rutilezi Ndaba. I am the founder and designer at Maloney. I also do ready to wear, and my aesthetic is that I always put my name on it to ensure that you know what you're wearing.
Hi everyone, my name is Sandisi Masibogo. I'm the founder and the creative director at House of Flavor Science. So House of Flavor Science is we do ready to wear, and we've got a styling department. So with the ready to wear, we have our own prints. We develop our prints which are inspired by different cultures in South Africa. And we use just like play different as well, because I don't want to box myself in terms of saying I'm just doing African fashion alone, we do fashion. So
Remember, this is also a learning for us. And do not think that we are the only ones that are learning. We are on a learning process. We are also in a learning process in terms of what can we put in place to ensure that we then assist you and be able to look at the program and say, this is the program that is required of fashion design, and where does it start? We need to know the beginning and the end.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to see you today. My advice to you is start immediately implementing what you have learned.
but you are our ambassadors in South Africa. Now we are all part of an Arabi family. So it's an honor to have you.
I enjoyed everything, especially the going, the outing.
The knowledge that I've received here, it's beyond my expectation. What I was expecting that I would receive, it's way above. And then I've got more, asking the lecturers that were teaching us some of the things that I couldn't understand. They made me understand more and be clear of everything.
I have enjoyed each and every single moment here. I would do it again and again and again, given a chance.
Humanity here. They treat us well.
When I visited the factories, I was very excited. It was an amazing experience based on the fact that I realized how much of a big and huge company El Arabi is.
Training that was offered in terms of practical on a personal level. I have done my theory.
To the El Arabi, I would like to say thank you about everything that they have done in our lives to give us the opportunity, but I appreciate everything that they have done for us. Shukran.
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 Such beautiful learning moments and experiences. I could hear the excitement. It brings back some beautiful memories, doesn't it? I think it does. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. From Cape to Cairo and every other continent, the W&Rseta has been there. And there's still a whole lot more to come. So now, can we move over to China? So in May 2024, we took about 86 South African young TVET college graduates. We took them 30,000 kilometers away from home into a very unfamiliar territory. And they had a great learning experience. So the W&Rseta partnered with the Chinese Culture and International Education Exchange Program Center for the TVET College Cross-Border E-Commerce Program. And I would like to welcome on stage Dr. Lu, who is the director from the center. Dr. Lu, you're welcome, sir.
Program Director, the official from Department of Higher Education and Training, and CEO of W&Rseta and the COO, Mr. Shuba from W&Rseta, and the colleagues from international partner country, Turkey and Egypt, the distinguished guests from Ilaba, and also Turkey delegation. As most important is our students and the representative of South African TVET College, distinguished guests, all stakeholder representative, good morning. Morning. 早上好. Our students. It be appreciated and honest to address you today at this very important occasion, where we reflect on this milestone of W&Rseta International Exchange Program, share experience, and look here with a collective vision of innovation, inclusion, and impact. Today's gathering is celebrate what is possible when proposed for partner for the thinking stage and the energy of youth people intersection to build a strong and global integrated skill economic. My presentation including two parts. And I will invite our colleagues from Chinese Culture Center for a program overview. And that's another part for me also important is our future plan. Please, Mazi.
Good morning, everyone. The program that we're going to reflect on today is the result of a strategic and transformative partnership between the W&Rseta and the CCIEC. At the heart of the initiative was a bold yet clear objective to equip 100 TVET graduates from South African colleges with the technical entrepreneurial skills required to thrive in the e-commerce and digital economy sector. Through these collaborations, students were immersed in a practical, future-oriented curriculum focused on online management, digital marketing, cross-border trade and international e-commerce, business development and entrepreneurship in the retail space. CCIEEC, in collaboration with various Chinese enterprises, provided a robust learning environment that combined classroom-based theory with real-world business exposure, allowing students to grasp not just the mechanics, but also the global mindset required to succeed. This program is particularly significant because it responds directly to the global shift in retail that demand a digital-first, borderless approach to doing business. We are proud to report that the impact of this program has already begun to materialize in a tangible way. A number of students have been identified for employment within the Chinese enterprises in China, a remarkable achievement that reflects the caliber and global readiness of our South African graduates. Several student groups had initiated the setup of their own online businesses. The exposure has broadened the horizon of our graduates. Many now understand not only how to participate in global trade, but also how to lead innovation locally through digital tools and platforms. There has also been valuable cross-cultural exchange with our students learning to navigate diverse business environments, a skill that is indispensable in today's interconnected economy. The program also reinforced the role of TVET colleges as a crucial enablers of innovation. Our TVET graduates are no longer just job seekers, they are job creators, innovators, and digital pioneers.
Thank you, Mazi. Now I would like to talk about the future plan. Based on success of this and another international program, I would like to pleasure to announce our 3 years plan for the future investment in youth entrepreneurs through the establishment of 3 innovation hubs across South Africa. Our first innovation hub will launch in Pretoria in 2025. The initial investment of 20 million and will be this place will be the make space for incubator innovation and enterprise development. And this is also be currently for our students can be used working in that entrepreneurs hub. We are also looking forward to collaborate with W&Rseta on this initiative. In support of vision, we are also working and bring over 100 Chinese enterprise into South Africa in 2025, the years. Creates both opportunity and employment and cross-border business linkage. This innovation hub in Pretoria will not only just a building and also a communicant to employees use with tools, network, and resource that need for future business. In place of the activities, we also looking for forward those programs to South African community. For conclusions, ladies and gentlemen, we are living in the time where we are the youth not longer to only looking for opportunities, and they are also created. And through the initiative like this, we are giving them a tools, network, and a platform to build the business. To W&Rseta, thank you for you to communicate with us and for this program. And we're also looking forward to working with you for the following years. To the students, you are not only the benefit, you are also the future leader of the digital economy, and continue the dream, and you will become successful business people as well. Thank you so much.
Shishi, Dr. Lu. You see, we are learning. So I think we would like to really just acknowledge the brain behind this project. At the W&Rseta, we thrive on innovation and agility. So we're always thinking, what is the next big thing? So COO, well done on that one. Yeah, he's looking at me like, why did you do that? But thank you so much. So we are getting ready now for the presentations. So my Chinese, can you please come onto the stage? And while you do that, I would just like to indicate to our stakeholders, please make your way to the front, that the presentations are going to be evaluated, but just for feedback, okay? We just want to give you feedback. We've got a panel of industry experts. You can come up. Of industry experts. The panel is comprises of our COO at the W&Rseta. That's Mr. Sipo Shoba. He's sitting right over here. We also have Mr. Nazim Kasim, who is from the Retail Institute of South Africa. We also have Mr. Tsepo Marumule, who is from Take a Lot. So they are going to give you feedback in terms of what you are presenting, particularly your recommendations and your insights. They have been through some of these programs themselves, so they are best placed to give you that feedback. So, are you ready, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes, we are.
Great stuff. Don't speak in Chinese throughout,
No.
eh?
No.
We're gonna get lost. Take it easy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kulofelo Vincent Chweni, representing Central Johannesburg College. I studied cross-border e-commerce in Guangdong Polytechnic, and I'm the beneficiary of the W&Rseta and Chinese Culture Project. Allow me to introduce my fellow colleagues who will be representing all 86 colleagues who took part in this program. The 6 of them will be giving us feedback on our experience in China. Please welcome Katlego Marule from Capricorn TVET College. We studied in the same college in China, Guangdong Polytechnic. And please welcome Maipato Veronica Maine from West College, TVET College. She also studied in Wuhan. And welcome Elsie Nkwana from Chanzong. Welcome Sikatali Tlwalani from West Col, also from Hanzong. Then the last one is Mafumo Nicola Brilliance Mopani from Southwest College, also from Hanzong. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. It was a great pleasure to go to China to see a different scenery and people. And for me, I wish I can go tomorrow again and eat the different food that we ate. And yeah, we learned a lot. And I wish that we can use our experience to change the economy of South Africa as young people. As you know, that we have a large percentage of unemployment, but with the experience that we have from China, I think we can do better as young people. Thank you and welcome, Katlego.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all stakeholders, my colleagues, the sponsors, our future employees, our business partners. My name is Katleo, as my colleague mentioned, and I will be giving feedback on our general experience in China. Okay. On industry knowledge and academic insight, we students gained valuable insight into global e-commerce trends and Chinese business practices. Training covered digital platforms, cross-border trade dynamics, and how China navigates the e-commerce landscape. The program offered strong theoretical foundations in modules such as digital marketing, logistics, entrepreneurship, equipping students with the knowledge to thrive in e-commerce. Basically, everything is fast in China in regards to everything. Practical training. We used major platforms like Alibaba, TikTok Shop, and simulation websites. Internships at various manufacturing companies provided exposure to different e-commerce operations. Though some students noted limited hands-on experience on logistics and shipping, as many Chinese stores relied on third-party logistics providers. In regards to cultural immersion, living in China was both exciting and life-changing. We appreciated the hospitality from Chinese people, the rich culture and the technological advancement in cities like Changzhou, Hanzhou, Guangzhou, and Wuhan. Adjusting to a different work and social culture was initially very challenging. However, our resilience and adaptability abilities helped us settle in and learn from the differences. Excuse me. In regards to personal growth, the experience strengthened us, gave us resilience, independence, and the ability to work in multicultural teams. Facing and overcoming challenges together taught us valuable lessons in coexistence, leadership, and collaboration. Many of us now feel empowered to contribute meaningfully to the global digital economy.
Good morning, everybody. I
our stakeholders, the Chinese culture, which is our bridge to China. And I saw Mrs. Matsileng. I was like, we are back from China. That's the first thing. And to Mr. Liu, which is the bridge to China, Hao. And to everybody who's here, everybody that we went to China, I'm very proud of us for us making it back in one piece, because China was a lot, but China was good. So the main point that I'm going to represent here is what we learned in China and the main highlights. So what we learned, our program was divided into two, which was the theory and the practical part. So in terms of the theory, we learned the basics of cross-border e-commerce, what is it and how it started in China and why it's still growing in China. And also what we learned is basic Chinese. In China, we used mainly sign language. If you want food, so we know sign language. But we promised to Mr. Leota to continue learning Chinese, because we plan on going back, as we have bridged the gap between China and us, and we also see ourselves as ambassadors from South Africa to China. We also studied how to understand. We also studied data analysis, which is what helped us to know our customers better. We also practiced video shooting as well as editing, which was very useful when we did online ads on the TikToks as well as the Alibaba stores that we used to work on when we were on the Chinese enterprises. We also learned how to calculate shipping costs, because many of the Chinese, they use independent logistics companies, so you have to know the prices when you calculate and put them in Alibaba. So you have to do that independently. So the next point is many of the highlights that we experienced in China. So visiting many of the tech centers in China, which showed us how Chinese mix their culture with e-commerce, which is one of the main reasons why China is very successful in the e-commerce sector today. So seeing many of our students appearing in news articles and newspapers representing South Africa as a proud moment, it reminded us of how important image and reputation is, especially to the Chinese people. We also started building network with logistic service providers to help us launch business one day. Some of the students here, which is, I think, Unalina, she attended the Global Digital Trade Expo, which gave her a chance to connect with the global industry players. We also visited one of the Alibaba Group museum, where they learned the history and the growth of the company. So some of our students also, some of us, we also attended the Chinese Brand Day event organized by the China-Africa Bridge, which helped us to network. But one of the main highlights is when one of our students, which was from Wuhan, he managed to open a store at Take a Lot. He's one of the students from Ingwe TVET College, which we are very proud of him, and we are hoping that many of those stores will be opened in the near future. We'll also learn how to use TikTok live streaming. In South Africa, we are sleeping on that money. Chinese are making money with live streaming. Chinese are making a lot of money with live streaming, and I see we are just sitting in there in those live streamings and we are talking about gossip, and they are just selling and we are sleeping on that money. And on that regard, I would like to say thank you, Nsheshe, for this opportunity.
Dajahao. Ojao, Nkwana Mamani Elsie. It's an honor to stand before you today as we celebrate the unique bond between South Africa and China. A bond strengthened by education, trade, and cultural exchange. As South Africans who lived, studied, and interned in China, we were not just visitors, we were ambassadors of our nation, bridging two vibrant cultures. On the part of growth and the progress, we took a bold step into the unknown, whereby we learned the new language, culture, and how to use chopsticks. Whether we interned at e-commerce giants like Alibaba and studied at top universities, we gained skills that shaped us. Now we are returning home with the real world knowledge. Where we are headed, career and business path. Some of us are stepping into careers in e-commerce, digital marketing, and business analytics. While others, we are also planning to look and start our own businesses, apply lessons we learned in China. We are building on a strong foundation to make a real impact back home. No matter our path, we are committed to using what we learned to uplift our communities. So we have 5 practical ways we are planning to use e-commerce skills. Whereas number 1, we are planning to do live shopping. On live shopping, we are planning to sell local crafts via TikTok and other social media's live streams using our own language. Number 2, we are planning to do use global platforms, whereby we list products from South Africa farmers, designers, and on Amazon with a made in South Africa brand. We plan on digitalizing spaza shops, whereby we use QR codes for payments and other to digitize informal markets. Number 4, we also plan to use social media insights, whereby we use Facebook, Instagram, and data to identify what township customers really want. On number 5, we're planning on opening digital hubs, whereby we set up youth-led centers to teach e-commerce and digital skills in our hometowns. By focusing on these actionable steps, we can become catalysts for digital transformation while addressing local challenges like unemployment and informal trade fragmentation. Sheshe.
Greetings to you all, our leaders and stakeholders of this wonderful program that made our lives a total change. All right, so I'm a live streamer, I talk a lot. I'm very sorry, but I'll try to be very short. All right, what practical lessons and advice for the next group? Not everyone is meant to be an entrepreneur or an employee. So with our great team, some will collaborate to be good leaders and some to be part of the great team, and we'll work together to make sure that e-commerce comes back home. We can use our skills to start our businesses and to turn the lesson learned in China into an action back home. And advice to the upcoming group, I would say that, number 1, don't overpack. They are shooting themselves on the foot. Okay, all right. And then another thing is that we must all respect cultural differences. They are real and they are good. And it's very eye-opening to go out there and see how the world works. Chinese works almost the whole day. In the 24 hours, you rest like 3 hours or so. And that is very good because, I mean, at the end of the day, we want money and that's what we need. And also bend with the lifestyle. I wouldn't have known when I left home. I remember I was telling one of my friends that I left home and I was doing business management. I failed sales. I had to redo it because I always thought I cannot sell. But guess what? I'm a live streamer and I sell on TikTok 7 hours a day. I wouldn't have known that, but I'm so glad. I am very thankful to all our stakeholders and everybody else. And then follow the rules. Yes, follow the rules, ignore distractions. There are a whole lot of distractions. I think South Africans, we have that mentality, hore, when we're a group, you know, you can do whatever you want to do. But in China, it's a whole different level. So please follow the rules and make sure that you grow and focus on what you came there for. And use WeChat to access the key suppliers. Like we have perfumes, we have hair, we have iPhone. Those are the things we need at home. So WeChat will help you a lot to do that. And network, ask questions, build social media presence, and sell if you can. Your small efforts will open big doors for you. So that's my story for today. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, leaders, management of the W&Rseta and the Chinese culture, and all stakeholders involved. So I will be talking about our journey and growth in China and what we need to succeed. So, but before I got further, I think my colleagues and I forgot something when we were writing about the Chinese culture things and stuff. So maybe Dr. Lu will help us. I don't know what it means, but every time they do like this, so I don't know what it means. I don't know the meaning of it. Sorry, I think this thing is not working well. Sorry. Okay, so 1 year ago, we left our home, our comfort zone, and went to a country which we knew nothing about. So, as you may know that there is that mentality to say that you cannot go to China, China is bad, China this and that. So, but as we went there and went into the culture of China and everything, we started to learn how Chinese are doing things. So Chinese, as they were saying, they are very observant of their culture. They celebrate everything there. So one thing which they use there is they have the business mindset. So as we might know, in South Africa, if we have, let's talk about Take a Lot, which is a platform in South Africa. If you want to join Take a Lot, you say to Take a Lot, I want to be your service provider. You will have to explain to your history or who among your grandfathers was a service provider of that nature. Yes, it's correct. You have to explain who is coming from in your family, who knows that thing well. So that is the mindset of the South African economy when it comes to business. When you get into business, people want you to have a track record of that kind of business. So, yes, but when you get into China, you contact a person. So they do it like this. So when you go to a WeChat and add a person who is a seller, who is running a business, the first thing the person will do will say, hello, I'm a seller, I sell this, and send you the price list without asking. You don't have to ask. So business people, they train themselves like that. So when you get to contact a person, he takes you straight to business. He doesn't want to hear about your family and everything. Not like in South Africa. So I'll be continuing. Okay. So, yes, we went into China and learned, as you can hear as I'm speaking now, we have come back wiser. We have learned something which can help bring back to this community. So we went there and learned about cross-border e-commerce, how the cross-border e-commerce can help to make when it comes to job creation. So we have come back ready to launch businesses and other things which in many fields which can help the South African economy grow. As we all know that the South African economy is sitting almost, the youth are almost half of the youth, they are not employed at the moment. So what we have discovered also about China is that most of the people in China whom they say were they no longer in the unemployment level, they are or resellers. Let's take for example, on my left there are many products which are listed there. So here in this room maybe we can be among 50. So let's say this, if every one of us can take a contact of what is listed there, each and every day, and you post it that I'm selling this for this price, how many people will be reached by that? So if ever South African businesses can cooperate with some of the graduates and the everyone in the economy to say that they open doors for everyone to be resellers of their products. We can happen to alleviate the unemployment that we have in our country. Because our country, people are unemployed because the businesses are creating, entrepreneurs are creating their products and they are selling them on their own. They don't deal with redistributors. So almost half of people who are business people in China, they are redistributors of products. So if ever we can implement the redistributors program where in big enterprises, South African manufacturers, they collaborate with the youth of South Africa to sell what they are producing. I'm telling you, after 5 years, we can be almost half of that unemployment can be reduced. So we need redistributors. That's the first thing that we need. And the redistributors that we're talking about, we are talking about people who can go to e-commerce platforms and maybe use Facebook, TikTok, as they were introducing here, to resell those kind of products. So it's an easy step. Others can say they don't have money to sell this thing using going to open a store in a platform. What you can do to your cycle, you just look, you go to maybe that jacket that I see there. You say, okay, how much is this jacket? They tell you it's 100 Rand. It's a practical example. And then you say, okay, to take this jacket from the factory to the person who is looking for it, how much is courier? They say it's 50 Rand. You post on your status that I'm selling the jacket for 180. You take 30 Rand, that's your money. You got money at the end of the day. So in that way, you post what you have there, what you have seen from the person, and when the person places the order, now you go directly to a store and buy the product and send it via courier. At the end of the day, it means the youth are getting income, because that's what we came back to do. So we have come back from China to make sure that the people of South Africa, they participate in the e-commerce platform. So e-commerce is not only about selling in a platform, it's about going digital. You can use the social media platform to sell what you see. So if ever we can take almost half of what we see in the shelves and sell them, it means now we are doing e-commerce. Thank you. So now we are continuing. We will be talking about now in our group, the ones who have already registered businesses, we have a person who has registered, who is planning on doing a platform which the design is done, and then they just need the funding to pay for everything. The prototype of the design is available to be up and running, so they just need the funds to do such. We have another one who is having a business where they want to do promotions of products. Let's say we talk about the products that we'll have there. I will be talking more about them because that's what I see now. So, yes, the products that we see there, and then the plan is to have a company that deals with marketing, with advertising, to say they help people promote the brands that they have. So that is the plan. And then the third one is here in the group, the one who was saying, I'm a live streamer. She has opened a company where she needs materials to buy materials in order to promote South African products, which we have in the economy. So these are the businesses that we're talking about. So although you cannot introduce yourself, the first one is my project, the one of a platform. They say the drum cannot hit itself, right? Yes. So in that way, we want support from the government and the companies and the W&Rseta to help us with incubation hubs and those funding, so that we can be able to make sure that the dreams that we have, they give back to the community, because the dream is to make sure that the South African youth, they get to participate in the global growing e-commerce economy. So everything can be sold in e-commerce. One can say, but this one is selling sweet. You can sell even sweet anywhere. Yeah. So e-commerce, It's available in the W&Rseta, and almost each and every SETA we can have e-commerce. So it means, according to what we have learned, we are saying that e-commerce is the next big thing that can help the South African economy to grow, so that unemployment can be alleviated. Okay, what am I missing? Okay, so now we are saying that we are not, okay, we are not just participate in a program. We are future potential job creators who are ready to create job for the youth that we have here. So we didn't go to China to be in a program. We went back wiser and ready to launch something that can help the South African economy. Thank you.
Well done, guys. Well done. Don't run away. Don't run away. Please take your seat because our panel will be giving you some feedback. Very ambitious. What do you think? I'm going to start with you, Nazim, and we can just pass on.
Yeah, guys, well done. I mean, it was unbelievable listening to you guys. In my other job that I'm employed in full-time, our head office is based in China, so I get to deal with the Chinese almost every day. So I certainly applaud you for your trip and your learning. I think what you've learned is a skill that is probably one of the most the biggest shortages we have in this country. So certainly take what you've learned and use it well, and hopefully, you're going to get success. But I want to maybe take a minute, if I can, just to put into context the size of what we're dealing with here. The global world retail sales is valued about $30 trillion. About 20% of global sales comes out of e-commerce today, approximately. So that's about 6.8, about $7 trillion. Now, what's interesting is that China alone does, in the entire world, does 40% or 47% of that number. So China alone is already contributing to over $3 trillion in retail sales globally. And, that's massive. That's 47% of world numbers. Second is the US, which is down to about 11%. Now, the US does about $1.6 trillion. So South Africa, in context, our retail economy is worth about 1.4-ish. But our e-commerce sales are very low. Our e-commerce sales hover in about the 6% mark. And e-commerce for us is probably worth in about, 6-7 billion, in dollar terms. Now, the majority is coming off the likes of Takealot. So I think you've tapped onto something phenomenal. If you look at South African retailers, they're all struggling specifically on the e-commerce side because of late entry into the market. And I think you're bringing a skill to the market that is certainly in demand. Almost all retailers should be talking to you to come and join their teams and look at how you can expand on the e-commerce side. But I want you to think about what I've just said in terms of the numbers, because for us to get from the low 6% of our total retail sales to get to the sort of numbers we're seeing elsewhere in the world, you have to think about what's missing other than the ability to just start selling. Is it infrastructure? Is it the digital, access to the network? Is it access to data and that type of thing? So give that a lot of thought, and certainly you'll add significant value to the South African economy. So well done, guys.
I think there's just two things that I must say I was inspired to hear. I think the first one was you no longer do live streaming to say what do you bring on the table. In South Africa there's that thing. I bring what on the table, but you now bringing business, which is the mindset. I think I'm happy with that. And secondly, your level of understanding of the e-commerce, it's really to a point where one doesn't really regret for having convinced my boss here, Mr. Mkonazi, that let's fund this program by partnering with Chinese culture. Probably we would contribute towards one, the learning of the new skills in the e-commerce space, and secondly, the entrepreneurial element that we needed to tap into, which is very key in addressing the issue of unemployment. So that awareness that you are sharing with us, that actually you came back with the attitude that you say, we're not coming to say we want to be employees, but you've got that particular entrepreneurial spirit that says we'll want to do our own, e-commerce businesses. But from our side as Rseta, obviously, we did this for the first time, and the output is very positive. We are looking at doing a post-China support kind of an entrepreneurial program, wherein we could see how do you set you up as e-commerce entities. Obviously, we'll still want to work very closely with some of the universities that you were mentored in China, so that they also provide that particular mentoring and coaching, because we don't believe that you are 100% there, but we'll want also believe that if we put more resources to ensure mentoring and support. And lastly, Martha, the coloration, can you see how smart they are now? They think very quickly. They're already talking, our Turkish fashion designers, how the linkage is, which is very interesting. And I just happened to have a meeting with the head of Sub-Saharan region for Amazon on a day before yesterday, I think, yes. And in our conversations, then I happened then to mention you guys. I said, no, but we've got a group that has come back from China that we put into this particular program of e-commerce. Maybe there's something that I really didn't appreciate in that conversation, because the guy said, can you give me their numbers because I want to employ all of them? I said, no, I'm not sure whether they want employment from Amazon, but they might just want to start their own businesses and so forth. But then, as I'm saying, in one of your presentations, you said not everyone is meant to be an entrepreneur or the employee. Those of you that will not necessarily want to take the route of being entrepreneurs will want really to sit with the likes of Take-A-Lot and Amazons, with the skills that you have. Obviously, they will probably consider you in assisting them also in terms of the e-commerce, because you saw the numbers, they are very low in South Africa in the e-commerce space. So you are ambassadors and you are setting the trend. And as also in Rseta, we really want to find ways how then to go about supporting you in doing that. Last thing, the takeaway, which is you observe Japanese do the same, now Chinese do the same, and it is something that you also say you're going to be doing. There's nothing that makes you a success than keeping into your traditions and cultural way of doing things, than adopting the quantums of a foreign nation. So that is a success. You have mentioned it in your presentations that you are going to, rely on your cultural, a South African way. We are a resilient nation. We have got a way of doing things. So tap into that cultural and traditional norms and infuse it into your business. You will definitely go a long way. As we have observed with Chinese, I think Japanese do the same in production. When they're sitting at home, they cook. If it's a family of 10, that one is washing dishes, that one is peeling tomato, that one, they work in a production line. And now when they go into business, they don't leave that away and say, take that aside and say, no, this is what we do, traditional and cultural as a family. But they bring all those particular, cultural norms and traditions into business and do exactly that as well in a South African way. And you've got also a very good advantage, because China is, in terms of the statistics, they are the second biggest contributor in the manufacturing space globally. But some of their shortcomings, what I observed when I was in China, and when I engaged with some of the universities that were hosting you, did indicate that South Africans have got an advantage because of the language, because their biggest market is outside China, while they've got a huge market in China, but language barrier. So you are having that particular advantage as well. having learned, I think the establishment of the links with suppliers and manufacturers in China puts you in a very better position that you are live streaming, you can have close to 20,000 items on your live streamings to sell. And definitely I'll want to be one of your employees in the future when my boss is enough with me.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for having me, and what an amazing place to be today. I concur with what the fellow colleagues have said in terms of, I think, the quality of what has been presented. Although I do want to challenge, I think it's important that we don't over celebrate. I'd like to challenge you on a number of things. The first thing that I want to challenge you on is that we don't ask those questions that take a lot. About your uncles and your relatives and what you've done before. I think it's the first most important point for me to respond to. We don't do that. And I think perhaps it underscores what's missing in the South African environment in terms of how e-commerce is positioned relative to normal brick and mortar business. And I think my take out of there is that there's something about us that we are not communicating effectively to ensure that the platform is understood. We've got over 12,500 marketplace sellers on the Takealot platform. 12,500. You don't have anything like that anywhere else in South Africa, but that's the power of e-commerce, right? So that's the first thing. The requirement is that you must have an ID number or passport number. You don't even have to have a registered business to sell on Takealot. So the barriers to entry are non-existent, but people don't know, right? Barriers to entry are non-existent. You don't need to be having a company to sell on Takealot. You can sell by yourself now and say, I've got this thing, I want to sell it, right? We don't even tell you how much you must sell it for. So I think there's a misconception, but I think the value of what you've brought from your own lessons and what you've learned out of China is very useful for us. The one thing is that infrastructure, particularly logistics infrastructure, will make or break e-commerce, particularly in South Africa. But that's not coming out strongly in your presentation. So I've had the time to look at it, to read it, but also listening to you here talk today. You are not appreciating sufficiently the realities of South Africa and what would succeeding on e-commerce in South Africa require. And South Africa has a number of infrastructural challenges which make last mile delivery in particular quite costly and difficult to execute. That's the second point of reflection that I have. The third one is around is that when you were speaking about the growth of Alibaba and e-commerce in China, there's something that you're not talking about, which is the most important thing about e-commerce in China, is what does it enable? It has enabled the acceleration of industrialization of China. It has accelerated. Every single year, China absorbs into the middle class 1 million people from working class status to middle class status, driven by its industrialization. E-commerce has been an engine that has been driving that industrialization. You're not talking about that because, and I think it's a missed opportunity because we have to talk about the relationship between retail and manufacturing to help lift South Africa's manufacturing base. I think it's a missed opportunity that you haven't emphasized on. And I think it's important for you to always think about these opportunities are always there for us to look at where are the linkages that are there in how e-commerce and retail is structured in China and what it supports versus in South Africa. And we know that in South Africa we have since 1994 consistently declining manufacturing output in South Africa, consistently. Yet you've got retail. So there's something missing in the relationship between retail and manufacturing. When you go into a clothing store, you're not finding these products, you're finding other products, right? So there's something there. So what is it about your lessons and what you've learned that will help e-commerce in South Africa correct this so that you help South Africa, right? So that's one. Then there's a point that I think you made about Amazon and wanting to set up a proudly South African page on Amazon and so on. So today in South Africa, e-commerce is about 7% of total retail, right? The point is, e-commerce in South Africa has got so much growth to register, right? Cosmetics in South Africa, if you look at what exports out of South Africa into the rest of the continent, they are one of the categories that we export quite a bit of as South Africa into the rest of the continent, right? So you look at the role of e-commerce. I think it's one thing to think about global, and I think, yes, we must think about globally. But if you look at the AfCFTA, African Continental Free Trade Area, and you talking about e-commerce, what is it about e-commerce that helps strengthen intra-Africa trade? And how do you guys become champions of intra-Africa trade to expand our reach and our export into the continent before we even think about exporting to the rest of the world? Not that we shouldn't do it, but it's about understanding where do we start? And our starting point at all the time has got to be in our backyard. And our backyard is South Africa, where e-commerce is only 7%. In the rest of the continent, probably much lower than that, even lower. So I think there's a missed opportunity again. So like I said, I think there's been a lot of positive stuff, but as you know, a coin has two sides, right? Yeah. So I'm trying to present the other side of the coin, not necessarily to put you down, and I don't want you to be defensive, but it's just a thought of what are other elements that could be built up on what you've already presented, right? And then and linked to that is when you think of where we are with e-commerce, Takealot is by far the biggest e-commerce player in South Africa. Why would you think of Amazon and not Takealot? That surprises me. And not necessarily because I work for Takealot, you know, and I'm from Takealot, you know, but it's almost a reflection of what is your sense of understanding of the lay of the land today. Who are the competitors? Who are the players? Where are the low-hanging fruits? What is your route to execution that's low-hanging? The last point that I want to, or second last one is, I agree with you guys on TikTok. Do you know that TikTok is the most downloaded app in townships in South Africa today? Yes. It is the fastest growing social media platform. People are leaving Facebook for TikTok in the South African townships. Did you know that? Yes. And yet, I don't want to say the table, but we talk about the table stuff, but we are not thinking of commercialization, and that's not the orientation. I think that's the most powerful thing for me, a takeout from you, because it's a platform we're already using. I think for me, you have the possibility of helping us as South Africans think about how we understand social media. And then the last point, another criticism for me is, not a criticism, but I wish you could have challenged the wholesale and retail sector more, particularly around the hubs and the establishment of the digital hubs, because I agree with you. I agree with you, but I think you should have put the gauntlet right in front of the leadership of the W&Rseta. I think you should have challenged them with a 3-month plan, that we want this thing set up in 3 months, and this is what we think, and this is what it will cost, and then we want you as W&Rseta to have done it. Those are my thoughts. Thank you. With our help, he says with our help. Very, very happy to do that. We as Takealot will be happy to participate in that help. But maybe let me say, my parting shot is, if there are amongst you people who want to become sellers on Takealot, let's have a conversation today. And I want you to come back to the CEO, because next month your accounts will be live, active, and you'll be selling, and we will not have asked you who's your uncle.
Accepted both ways, I would say, and I think let's just allow them to take in the feedback as they plan going forward, because today is exactly about that, giving that feedback to say, in terms of their next steps, what else do they need to consider? And great insights. Thank you so very much. So you guys, here's a network. Here are the experts. They are available. Nazim? You know you're on a permanent ROI. So they are available to you, and they are available to guide you through the journey. So use them. Okay. All the best, entrepreneurs. Well done, guys. That was absolutely amazing. Let's give them a round of applause, please. And And now we're moving on to the land of the pyramids. So we are going to move on to our next program, which is the Al Arabi appliance repair program. So we'll be joined online by our partner, El Arabi Group. They are led by Engineer Omar Methab El Arabi, who is the Business Development Manager there at El Arabi Group. So can we please have them on the screen, please? They're just going to give us an overview of the collaboration and the program. Thereafter, we are going to have the representatives of the group sharing their insights with us. So can we have the group presenting, please? The online. Good morning. Good morning, Engineer Omar. Good morning. Thank you so very much for joining us. Can we please just have more sound tech, guys? We can barely hear you. Engineer Omar, are you ready? It's getting better. Let's get a little bit more volume, tech. All right, we're ready for you, sir.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. And electrical devices such as washing machines, water heaters, refrigerators, air conditioners, fans, vacuum cleaners, lamps, cookers, microwaves, deep freezers, televisions, small home appliances, water dispensers, food processors and mixers, irons, and heaters. Over the past 60 years, we were able to manufacture over 130 million units of home appliances. We also have more than 40 factories and 4 different governments here in Egypt, with a workforce of over 45,000 people. Al-Arabi itself is a startup. We started as a startup in 1964. My grandfather and his 2 brothers started the company, only with 3 people. And fast forward to 2025, we employ over 45,000 employees with 40 different factories across Egypt. We also have a factory facility in Germany that we recently acquired. We also have another factory facility in Nigeria, in Lagos, and we have an associate office in Johannesburg in South Africa. So we are currently, our strategy is we're going global, and we're increasing our international footprint, not just in Africa, but all around the world. We will always remain the name that has the highest trust from customers and partners of success through our products and services for a better society. Out of our pursuit to always be trusted by customers and partners through offering brands, products, and services for a better community. Our goal, our objective, our vision is always to impact and benefit the communities that we are working with, that we are surrounded with. Human capital and people are the real asset of our company. Our mission is to provide consumer electronics and appliances with the highest quality in both the local market and the international markets. Al-Arabi is a leader in the local market with more than 38% of the local market share, and we are exporting our products. Can we go back, please, as well? And we are also exporting our products to more than 60 countries around the world. Our mission is to always to establish win-win business relationships, not just with our suppliers, but with our partners that we work with. We believe in ethics and in doing business with the highest degree of ethics, values, and principles, enhancing employees' effectiveness, productivity, efficiency, and satisfaction. We always aim to develop a distinguished family-like business environment, as we are a family business and also a startup that turned into a unicorn, so we understand how to support startups in growing their companies and also supporting family businesses and supporting entrepreneurs to build their own businesses and to create job creators, not job seekers. So this is our mindset and philosophy at Al-Arabi Group. We always maintain the core values of the organization. We always aim to work for a better community as a socially responsible organization. We are a people-driven company, and we also always look to maximize the company's values. As I mentioned, Al-Arabi Group is the largest manufacturer of home appliances and consumer electronics in Egypt, the Middle East, and Africa. We generate revenues around $1.8 billion every year, with more than 3,000 partners and distributors locally here in Egypt. We also have multiple stores and multiple venues that we distribute our products from. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Okay.
So we'll just reshare the presentation quickly about these technical difficulties.
Okay, it's appearing there?
Not yet.
Okay, here you go. It's appearing now?
Yes, can we have it in full screen, please?
Sure.
Perfect. So we had the pleasure of hosting 30 students from South Africa here in Egypt for 30 days to provide programming on, as Ms. Martha mentioned, on maintenance services and repairs of home appliances. And also we provided them a non-technical training on the fundamentals of entrepreneurship, finance, and marketing. Our goal was to transfer our knowledge, transfer our know-how to the students from South Africa, so we could empower them with the power of knowledge, so they could take it back to their countries, build better communities, and be able to train the trainer approach, to train other people, whether through starting their own businesses or finding job opportunities from the knowledge that they gained from the training program here in Egypt. So I wanted to take you quickly through the program overview. Also, our goal was to empower the students with knowledge and know-how. Our goal is to create impact, add value, and benefit to the students that joined us for the program. Our philosophy is, as you all know, of course, the motto, teach a man how to fish. Give a man a fish, feed them for one day. Teach a man how to fish, feed them for a lifetime. So the idea of transferring knowledge, the power of knowledge that can create impact and create benefit, not just for individuals, but also for communities, not just in South Africa, but all around the world. So the program started with an online orientation pre-program where an Arabic group provided an idea to the students before they arrived to Egypt in a pre-arrival program on Egypt's weather, customs, cultures, traditions. We also gave them common words in Arabic so they can start learning them before they come to Egypt. And we also provided them with a program overview on what to expect, the outcomes of the program, and what to expect day by day during their time here in Egypt. Once they arrived in Egypt, we picked them up from the airport, and we also provided them with accommodation in Egypt. We also provided them with the plane tickets, the meals, the training program. It was an end-to-end program provided by an Arabic group. On the first day, they had an opportunity to visit our factories in Kwesna, which was a really successful day. We welcomed also the South African ambassador and the W&Rseta COO. They were welcomed by my uncle, engineer Mohammed Abdelgaid Al-Arabi, who is the industrial CEO of our company. We had an opportunity to tour multiple factories here in Egypt, producing washing machines, the factory producing washing machines. We also had an opportunity to tour the refrigerators factory. We also had the opportunity to tour the TV factory and other multiple factories. That was the first day. We also provided them with an orientation of an Arabic group, the scale of the business, and what to expect over the 30 days they spent with us here in Egypt. Then the training started, the real work started. We had 20 training days, 8 hours per day. Of course, we had to conduct pre-assessment theoretical tests before they started the training. And we also conducted post-assessment tests after they'd done the training, so we could see the difference of the knowledge and the know-how and how the success of the program and how the participants were able to understand and improve their skills from the pre and post measurements of the test. We divided the participants into 3 groups in the practical, experiential, hands-on training. We had a group that focuses on major home appliances, which includes washing machines and refrigerators. We also had a group that focused on small home appliances like microwaves, ovens, irons, vacuum cleaners. And the third group focused on technical training on audio and video products like the TVs and the speakers and many more products. Also after the program, they were, apologies, before the program they had the pre-theoretical written test, which is the pre-assessment, and also they had post-training practical and theoretical evaluations. As I mentioned, we also provided the participants in non-technical training. This was 6 workshop training days, 8 hours per day. We had the opportunity to provide them with the fundamentals and the basic knowledge of entrepreneurship, marketing and finance. As I mentioned, our goal was to prepare the students and the participants to take the knowledge back to South Africa to either start their own businesses by leveraging the power of entrepreneurship, marketing and finance, or to contribute and find job opportunities where they can also transfer the knowledge and the know-how that they were able to grasp here in Egypt. We also had workshop and case studies and practical applications. We always believe that the best way of learning is learning by doing. So every learning aspect we had and hands-on experiential practical aspect to the programming, so they could learn by doing not just the technical training but also the non-technical training aspect. And we conducted pre and post-training tests to measure improvement and success. Of course, we had to include a fun aspect in the program. So we had 3 days, I believe 3 or 4 days of the entire program where they were dedicated to sightseeing. Egypt, as you know, is one of the most historical countries with the most ancient civilizations around the world. I think two-thirds of the entire world's ancient civilization monuments are here in Egypt. So of course you can't come to Egypt and you can't come to Cairo without visiting the Great Pyramids of Giza. So that was the first sightseeing of the students and the participants. They had the opportunity to go and see the Sphinx, to go see the Great Pyramids of Giza, Khufu, Khafra, and Manqara. And also the second sightseeing day, in the first sightseeing day, they also had an opportunity to visit the Grand Egyptian Museum, which was recently opened in collaboration with the Egyptian government and the Japanese government. Beautiful museum. I invite everyone, of course, to come visit Egypt and visit the beautiful ancient monuments of Egypt. That was the first sightseeing day. The second sightseeing day, they had an opportunity to travel around 150 kilometers from Cairo to Alexandria. Of course, we provided all the logistics for the participants to travel from Cairo to Alexandria. Alexandria was a city built by Alexander the Great, full of ancient monuments. Of course, as you know, in Egypt, we have 2 out of the 7 wonders of the world. One, which is, of course, the Great Pyramids of Giza, and the second is the lighthouse in Alexandria. So they had an opportunity to go visit Alexandria, see all the civilization and the traditions and the customs and the history that's in Alexandria, whether it's the Roman history, the Greek history, and the Egyptian history there. The third sightseeing day, they had an opportunity to visit Old Cairo and see all the ancient monuments here in Cairo. And then the fourth day, we had an opportunity where we immersed them into the Egyptian culture and tradition. And by the end of the program, we had a demo day where it was a closing ceremony attended by my father, Engineer Medhat Al-Arabi, who is the International Business CEO at Al-Arabi Group. We had the opportunity to hear the feedback and the comments from the participants, which was very, very positive. We distributed the certificates of completion. As I mentioned, we heard comments and feedback from the trainees, and we provided them with small souvenir gifts so they can remember this great experience they had with us in Egypt. Next slide, please. Sorry. Next slide, please. Perfect. So this is just a very quick pictures and photos from the welcome orientation. Of course, we welcome the South African ambassador in Egypt. This is also back. Can you go back? You're moving too quick. So now can we go back, please, to the first slide of the welcome orientation? I don't know.
There is a lack of time.
Yes, I think your internet connection is not the best.
Yes, there is a lack of time.
So can we go back 2 slides, please?
Okay.
Welcome orientation. So this is just an idea overview of the welcome orientation where we welcome the students to our factories in Egypt. Next slide, please.
It's taking time. I'm sorry for the connection, but it's taking time.
Perfect. So I think we're back on track. This is just an example of the photos from the sightseeing activities. As you can see, the group was very happy when they visited the National Museum of Egyptian Civilization, the pyramids, and their visits in Alexandria. Next slide, please. also, this is just a quick example of the experience they had in the closing ceremony and the certificate distribution. Next slide, please.
Okay.
So this is also an example of the technical training and the non-technical training that they had with us here in Egypt, and we achieved an average satisfaction rate of 94% of all the students and the participants that participated in the training, non-technical and non-technical aspects. Next slide, please. This is also an example of the accommodation that they had the opportunity to stay at with us here in Egypt, provided by Al-Arabi Group, of course. Next slide, please. We also had great feedback from the students. I believe the next presentation will be the students speaking about their experience, so it's better to hear firsthand from them. So we had a volunteer from each group talk about their feedback. So we had the first group with a volunteer that talked about their feedback about the experience in the program, the second group also, and the third group. Of course, extended training for our students as part of our ongoing support for technical and vocational education and training students. Arabi recently conducted a one-week extended paid training program internship for two top students, Zola and Rouhani, who were able to join our office in Johannesburg as interns. And this initiative aims to bridge the gap between education and employment by equipping students with the skills and knowledge needed to excel in their careers. So the whole idea is that the post-programming setup, we did not just provide programming and stop there, although we are able to provide job opportunities and internships for students that were part of the program. We transfer knowledge and know-how to the students to be able to impact the benefits and add value to their communities, whether by starting their own businesses when they came back to South Africa, or seek more opportunities for the knowledge and experience they were able to obtain in Egypt. As I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, our philosophy is not to give a fish or the man TV for one day. Our philosophy is teach the people how to fish so they can feed themselves for their lifetime. So the idea of training the training approach, the multiplier effect, where you can provide knowledge and know-how to 30 students, these 30 students can take the knowledge and experience and know-how back to their communities and teach more people to have a bigger impact on society, whether by creating their own job opportunities or seeking job opportunities in existing companies. Next slide, please. So the key highlight from the program, of course, the technical training and job support are key highlight. The training program equips students with essential technical skills. Some students are still engaging with Arabic engineers until they enhance job applications. Several students have already secured employment, showcasing program effectiveness and outcomes. Knowledge and transfer between generations. I think this is our mentality and philosophy. Arabic is limited, contributing to knowledge transfer between generations, including those in South Africa. This initiative helps building a skilled workforce that can provide innovation and growth. And of course, non-technical training for entrepreneurship was key and a key element in the program, which included laying the foundation of young students to embark on entrepreneurial ventures and get the opportunity to start their own business. This aspect of training encourages students to think creatively and develop their own business ideas. We also have a future plan. We are very satisfied with the partnership with W&Rseta and everyone we collaborated with and worked with on this great program. We firmly understand and are ready to support and share knowledge and experience as a key aspect of social responsibility. Our proposal for W&Rseta is to have our annual TEE program in collaboration, of course, with W&Rseta as part of our ongoing cooperation with the wholesale and retail sector education and training authority. We propose to repeat the successful program to pursue twice a year. This initiative aims to provide continuous support for both technical and non-technical learning, ensuring that students are well prepared for their future careers. Our key objectives of the program is to ensure that each session builds on the previous one, offering progressive learning opportunities, comprehensive development, focus on both technical and non-technical skills such as entrepreneurship, soft skills, equip the students with well-rounded education, prepares them for various paths, and of course we want to enhance the collaboration with W&Rseta. This was the first collaboration I had, and we look forward to many more. Strengthen the partnership with W&Rseta to leverage their experience, expertise, and resources. Not only also actively training tracks that will be available to our partners, quality management, market research, hospitality, and tourism campus activities. So those are the backgrounds that we all need preparing and focusing on hopefully the future success of our strong maintenance services repairs. We want to highlight our curriculum training methodologies to ensure high quality education, support employment and entrepreneurship, provide knowledge skills needed to support local businesses, offer global support and mentorship outside learning and training resources. Just finally, the final slide was to get an idea of the tracks training workshop that we will be providing. Of course, we're on track that we did previously with W&Rseta, which is a technical trainer, maintenance and licenses. We're also ready to provide training on research and state-of-the-art research methods and surgery region. More than 100 engineers that develop and design products both for hardware and software. We're able to provide training, R&D, research already to provide training on information technology, on medical and experience. We also have one of the biggest hospitals here in Egypt, hospital, more than 400 beds, JCI accredited with Japanese experience, German facilities. We also are ready to provide training on quality management, hospitality and hotel management, manufacturing, supply chain management, e-learning, and of course soft skills training we provide all these courses. Of course, will be customized according to the needs of the institutions and partners that we work with. Finally, we will continue the application of all of you in attendance today, partners of success and W&Rseta. We are able to build strong partnership in Egypt and South Africa to fulfill our Pan-African dream, to help our continent rise and become more leading by introducing minds that are able to shape our future. We look forward to the future, to a future with joint successes, and just finally, from the bottom of our heart, thank you all for your presence today and for inviting me to speak with us. Remember that your attendance and support is highly appreciated. Thank you all, and I hope you have a great rest of the day. Thank you so much.
For this great day and great presentation, and hope to see you soon. It's my honor. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are the people tired now already? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. My job is the most simplest one. You know, I was told that your job is the simplest. You don't even need a script. All you do is to introduce or let the students come up the stage. But before they come up, I just want to say that the job that is being done by the wholesale and retail SETA, it's so big that you cannot even compare. These guys are doing a great job. Can we give them a round of applause, please? And the reason I'm saying this is because I'm also a product. Pratom, I'm the product of ILDP. But when we did ILDP then, it was in 2012. And today I'm proud to still serve the wholesale and retail SETA. And I see a couple of guys there, and I see a couple of guys that are sitting here. And you know, when I listen to Omar talking about your journey, and when I've listened to a couple of guys already that were talking, I was saying to the CEO outside that all I wish to see is that few months, few years later, when we see all these students, some of them are telling us they are CEOs, some are telling us they've got businesses, not even one that will say, I'm sitting home. Not even one. I've seen the amount of monies that were invested in these programs. And I don't know if you have seen that El Arabai has been founded in 1964, and it is going strong each year. And if I were to share their annual turnover, I don't want us to fall. And it's a big opportunity for the students that went there, because I worked at some point, I worked at JD Group as a regional manager for their specialty retail in appliances. And I know exactly the amount of appliances that would come back for repairs. If you don't grab that opportunity, as we speak now, somewhere a kettle is breaking down. As we speak now, somebody is trying to iron, the iron is breaking down. Who's going to fix it? It's you. Who's going to fix it? It's you. Let us not throw away that opportunity. The previous group that came from China, you saw how energetic those guys were. The amount of energy we see in every single person here is amount of energy that we see in the output. Okay, so I take this opportunity to allow the group that went to Egypt to come upstairs and share their experiences with us. And I hope that those experiences are experiences that we are going to put into practice, because you've seen everybody's complaining about the youth unemployment. We're sitting at over 45%. We cannot allow that. And we cannot complain about the government creating jobs. Here's an opportunity that was presented to us. Let us grab that opportunity and run with it. Please give them a round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Tolinhlanhla Cele, a graduate from SID TVET College. I was so happy when I was watching the video, and one of the students from the designers said from Potchefstroom, and I said, homie. We are the group from Egypt. On the 19th of January 2025, 32 engineering students, graduates from various colleges across South Africa, including Tshwane North, Majuba TVET, Kangala, East Cape Midlands, Southwest, Gauteng College, West Call, Northlink, Egoroleni, Ehlanzeni, Mtashana, and SID TVET embarked on an exciting journey to Egypt for an intensive repair program. The anticipation was real as we landed in Cairo, ready to dive into both countries' rich cultural history and the technical knowledge waiting for us. We were welcomed with warmth and enthusiasm by His Excellency Mr. Tsigi Mashimbi, the South African ambassador to Egypt, alongside Mr. Mkhwanazi, CEO of W&Rseta, and Mohammed El Arabi, CEO El Arabi Group, our host and facilitating partner. That welcome was more than ceremonial. It lit the spark for a powerful month ahead. But first, we must acknowledge the brilliant minds who brought this program to life, Ms. Wala and Ms. Martha. Thank you for not only imagining this program, but building it with such care and heart. You planted seed in us, and we are already growing. Gratitude also goes to the W&Rseta, El Arabi Group, and all the teams behind the scenes who made this dream a reality. We were split into 3 groups: gray, white, and blue. The gray team worked hard on mastering small household appliances and TVs. We tackled devices like kettles, irons, blenders, microwaves, vacuums, learning to diagnose problems in motors, switches, and circuit wiring. I'm proud to say our team brought an unmatched focus and quiet resilience to the repair benches every day. We became known for our teamwork and steady progress. The journey had only just begun, but our determination to make the most of every moment was clear from day one. Now, what this means for South Africa and Egypt, it means strengthening bilateral relations. These training programs represent more than just a technical exchange. It's a bridge between South Africa and Egypt. It shows what's possible when two African nations collaborate with purpose. Egypt demonstrated its capacity to host, educate, and uplift talent from across the continent, showcasing not just its hospitality, but also its advanced industrial capabilities and commitment to regional development. South Africa benefited by gaining cohorts of young, skilled professionals who are now more globally aware, professionally equipped, and culturally enriched. This kind of partnership builds pan-African solidarity, fosters economic cooperation, and opens doors for future exchange programs, trade, and educational partnership between the 2 nations, skills that matter. On the technical side, the program gave graduates hands-on experience with diagnosing and repair both large and small household appliances, working with motors, compressors, thermostats, circuit boards, and heating elements, applying practical engineering knowledge in real-world and industrial setting. Shukran.
Thank you, Tolentanda. My name is Linda Guthlem, and I had the pleasure of representing the Y team during our incredible journey in Egypt. As a proud member of the Y team, I can say we were the heavy-duty team, literally. Our focus was on the huge household appliances, your fridges, your washing machines and stove tops. We dove into compressors, thermostats, heating elements, and circuit boards. There is just something empowering about opening a bulky appliance and figuring out how to make it run again. We didn't just fix machines, we built confidence in our ability to solve problems that matters in people's homes. The blue team, led by Ubusane, tackled smaller but no less challenging appliances, your microwave, kettles, irons. They were quick, precise, detail-orientated, and we often learned a thing or two just by watching them. Tolintlantle's great team also handled small appliances, but often took complex wiring and mechanical faults. Their commitment to testing, retesting, and perfecting each repair was inspiring. In addition to the technical training, all teams participated in a non-technical class that was crucial to our overall development. This class focused on teaching us on how to start and manage businesses. We learned important marketing strategies, business planning, and other essential skills necessary to run a successful repair venture. This class was a vital complement to our technical training, equipping us with the knowledge and tool to not only repair appliances, but also apply these skills in a business context and create sustainable enterprises. The experience in Egypt was a transformative one. We didn't just learn how to fix things, we learned how to build futures. We also gained insight into global industry standards and got experience firsthand to reach cultural heritage and modern developments of Egypt. It was an opportunity to grow professionally while forging connections with peers around the world. Beyond the hands-on learning, every Friday we took a break from our session to tour Egypt's famous landmarks, from the pyramids to the Nile. These tours gave us a glimpse of rich history and beauty that Egypt has to offer. We saw history come alive. It was like a vacation, if your vacation included screwdrivers, wiring diagrams, and occasional group selfies with the pyramids. The following are some of the highlights from our trip. We concluded media interviews, proudly showcasing our skills and impact of the program. A graduation ceremony was held at the end of the program, where each participant received a certificate marking the completion of a transformative experience. While the program was extremely valuable, we gathered some feedback and identified areas for future improvement. For example, we feel that the duration of the program was a bit tight. A slightly extended timeline, maybe 6 weeks, would have allowed us to better balance our intense learning schedule with some much needed rest and reflection. Another suggestion from the student was the desire to rotate between all appliances types so every group could gain exposure to a broader range of skills. This has enriched the overall learning experience and provided us with a more comprehensive skill set. While we are grateful for the knowledge and hands-on experience we gain in Egypt, we also recognize the journey does not end here. Overall, what we gained as technical skills, cultural exchange, business insight, it was life-changing. And what this means for South Africa, it means an injection of skilled entrepreneurs into the economy. It creates the potential for new small businesses in the repair and maintenance sector. It reinforces the value of TVET colleges and technical education as a path to meaningful employment. And for Egypt, it positioned Egypt as a leader in technical training on the continent. It builds goodwill and influence by investing in human capital from fellow South African countries. It sets a precedent for industrial collaborations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are honored to stand before everyone to witness and share the experience we had in Egypt. My name is Busiso Chawuka. I would like to share where our journey can be favored in terms of what we have achieved so far, and also the challenges we occur. We have returned home with the eager to apply what we have learned during we have returned home with the eager to apply what we have learned. But challenges caught with us. Among the 32 graduates, some of them succeed into further opportunities, and 4 managed to register their own businesses, which they are still striving to establish. The major challenges we are facing that can shut our hopes. Lack of tools. We don't have tools. Some of our devices are sensitive, so we need proper tools to work through them. Starting up findings. We need to own lands, and also we need to have building in order to establish our companies or our businesses. That is why we're asking for your support. That can turn our training into transformation. Imagine with your little support, what we can do. We can create job opportunities, meaning unemployment rate in South Africa would decrease. And also, we'll create local repair hubs and skid services. As a proud member of a team below, I want to give my team their flowers for their competition and dedication. We pushed and helped each other to achieve the same goal. Our hope with the program like this is to continue, not just in Egypt, but across the globe. We dreamed of partnership with companies who need our skills, toolkits and workshop that grants our talent to be used immediately, and continue mentorships and developments. Our heartfelt thanks goes to, once again, Ms. Wala and Ms. Mata for thinking big and following through. The W&Rseta and Al-Arabi Group for investing in our potentials. His Excellency, Mr. Ntsiki, for representing South Africa with pride. Mr. Tom Kwanazi and Mohamedi Al-Arabi for leading the charge on both sides. To every trainer, translator, college coordinators, and fellow students, we thank you. We didn't just go to Egypt to learn how to repair appliances. We went to find purpose, and now with your help, we are ready to bring that purpose home. Shukran.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know what it took for Busani to stand there. He's an introvert, but we are really, really so proud of him because today he has just opened a construction company. So that is something that we need to applaud. So well done, guys. We are truly, truly proud of you. They are representing 32 graduates from TVET colleges all over the country. So panel, any wise words for them and some advice, please? Or do we start a takealot this time around? And please keep it to 2 points this time. In the interest of time, please. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, and well done, Busani. We triumph when we conquer our personal fears, and I think that's a testament of success. There's only one thing I really want to say. So one of the things that comes with e-commerce is the high returns rate. The return rate in e-commerce is much higher than what you've got in brick and mortar retail. And we have a lot of stock. We sit on average with around 400 million rands worth of stock of returned products, many of them because they are broken. We've started a program in Take a Lot where we get township entrepreneurs to help them get ease of access to that stock and resell that stock. So we call it re-commerce. It's taking those returned goods and then reselling them at much lower. We give them up to 75% discount on those products. And when I look at this and what these young people have been able to learn, what I would like to put on the table is a potential partnership and collaboration between Take a Lot and the Rseta, because a lot of those items can do with fixing and then reselling. And then we're currently doing the program in Vosloorus. And with the impact of what we generated over 500,000 in 3 months in the stuff that is selling. And I think there's an opportunity for entrepreneurship, partnership on that program for us to scale it with you guys. Thank you.
This is why you are here. So we've got another collaboration. And I know you've had a very close interest. So this is the one man who has been bugging me about this program. Let's see.
Yeah, thanks, Martha. I mentioned earlier on that I was, in contact with China, but in South Africa, I actually work for the Skyworth company. We've got a factory here in South Africa, and we manufacture TVs in South Africa of various different brands, specifically the Skyworth brand. And obviously, there's not many TV manufacturers in South Africa, and a lot of them are sort of collaborating with factories to manufacture, so a lot of the big brands, and purely because of the duties that are imposed on TVs. But I was quite interested from Martha to know exactly what it is you guys went out to go and do at Al Arabi Group, and it was fascinating to listen to the outcome. And I want to maybe just echo some of Shepo's sentiments. I think that, firstly, the appliance category in South African retail is the largest turnover category in the general merchandise space, across all retailers. In my previous role at Massmart as well, we used to do a lot of private label imports, and there's a huge component of small appliances that have, private labels that belong to, whether it's AIM, that belongs to Pick and Pay, or all the various other brands. And to Shepo's point, the amount of returns you see coming back in those categories is significant. A lot of the retailers in those smaller items put what they call a swell allowance in it, and they typically write them off or whatever the case is. So I think there's a huge entrepreneurial opportunity there to start to recycle them and repurpose them, considering that the market opportunity is huge. At the same time, from a South African, television manufacturing point of view and appliances, appliance manufacturing, there isn't too many here. You've got DeFi that manufactures here in South Africa. On the appliance side, large domestic appliances. And I think there's a huge skill shortage in and amongst these factories as well in terms of labor. We see it in our own factory as well. So I certainly think there's opportunities which, I'll chat to Martha about, and we'll continue chatting. But the one thing I want to say to the Rseta is this is a bold move in terms of, the retail space, putting graduates out there in the manufacturing sector to bring them back into the retail space. And I think something Shepo touched on earlier on is the link between manufacturing and retail is, it's congruent. It's just obvious. And what we're seeing certainly in South Africa is the demise of, there's not much manufacturing taking place here. And I think there's an opportunity for us to start doing a lot more in that space. So congratulations on your achievement, and hopefully we'll continue chatting. I think there's great opportunities to see how we can get you guys up and running.
Great. Well, I think the first thing is that the whole concept, when it was conceived, it was by default. Maybe let me put it that way. Because we were doing our ILDP, and Martha and the CEO, and then out of that ILDP with Ararabe, and then the concept was born. Oh, okay. Obviously, what we are trying to say is that the lessons that we're learning will obviously reshape it differently in terms of the duration. we just thought at that particular moment that probably 30 days is enough, considering that it was a new space that we were venturing into. And secondly, the resources in terms of the financial investment, we were limited as a SETA then. And thirdly, we also had to make sure that we don't necessarily venture into what is not our key economic space, which is manufacturing, but we had to focus on services. But what I have picked up as we are going through the presentations is that probably matter when we relook at now the second phase of this kind of a program, then we consider bringing in other SETAs like W&Rseta and as well as FPM SETA, so that we focus on the component of the manufacturing aspect. Then probably services, because once you do repairs and all that, there is the element of a service. But TVET colleges, they are going to be very critical when we conceptualize it for the phase 2. Because in our minds, we thought when we recruit this, student that will have done electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, probably they will be the best, candidates. But to a certain extent, you are auto electrician kind of a trade. It might be very crucial. So the TVET colleges that we collaborate with will also want to bring them right at the conceptualization stage, because we'll want to integrate lecture capacitation in the program. If we take the next group, probably there should be those lecturers that are teaching the students these particular traits that relates to this, so that there is also that element of skills transfer to them on a practical aspect of it, and with opportunities like LRP that are producing. But I'm happy that you are also in the space as well. We might also bring in the local manufacturers so that we have more than one industry player in the space of the repairs and all that. But over and above, from our side, I was whispering to my boss, I hope I'm not harassing him, because I was making him to take certain decisions while you're sitting here. I'm saying, I'm coming with a proposal now also for entrepreneurial development program, wherein we'll want to bring you in and then now focus on the aspect of setting you up as a macro enterprise. Probably you can grow as time goes. But we are already having some SME support programs that we are doing. Some of you might just want to plug into, especially where we are already collaborating. For an example, here in Gauteng, we are collaborating with Gauteng Economic Propeller, and one of the programs that is at an advanced stage is in Soweto, at Jabulani, where we've got a containerized modular-based SMME model, and we're building them in each district in the province. Probably in terms of the workspace for you guys that might just say, where am I going to work from? So those containers, we are going to allocate you the space to operate, because all SMEs from various sectors will be in those particular, because we are funding some of those containers there. Those that are Gauteng based, we might as well already start linking you up for access to the facility that they will provide all the infrastructure in terms of Wi-Fi connectivity, access to security, well-gated security, a kind of a space wherein you will be running your small operation. Obviously, you will not need to take out of your pockets and rent a space somewhere, because we are already looking at actually doing a kind of a less lease or free lease arrangement in that particular program. But obviously, those that are in KZN and in Cape Town, we are engaging with the departments there of economic development and as well as NatWest, and the role of the universities in this whole SMME development. We're also trying to bring them in, because there's a lot of research, there's a lot of intellectual capital that is sitting down there. So that collaboration, probably in a second phase, for the new group that we are going to take, we are going to expand it. But for you that have already gone through the program, we'll want to put you into this entrepreneurial program, and facilitate it and see how to plug you in, like the program that we are doing currently with Gauteng Economic Propeller here in Gauteng. Probably for those that are close, you might just come in. But I'm happy, and the positive outcome of what you are actually sharing. You spend most of your time actually learning. Maybe it was good that we didn't put it for more than a month, because maybe some of the reflection they could have told us that, we had a nice night lives in Egypt, but they didn't have that, because that fully 30 days, it was so compacted that you focus on that. But obviously we'll want, probably if an opportunity exists with Alarabai, Martha and the team, we also, those that could not be in, we had team A, B, C, white, blue, and gray. So those that might not have been exposed to a white team, probably if there's a way, we can then, rotate, so that in a value chain, you are able then to actually do almost everything from white, gray, and as well as a blue. Probably we might just need to find a way, how do we reconceptualize for the new group to reintegrate you probably, but all depend on the financial resource from the SETA. But bringing in the TVET colleges, bringing in other role players and the local industry players, probably we can look at the co-funding model and still reintegrate you back to do other components that you have not done. Thank you.
The wholesale and retail sector is alive with possibilities, and I think we're in one of the most exciting sectors, because, the retail value chain, whether you're in manufacturing, whether you're in agriculture, we end up in retail. So we'll always be there, wherever you are, whether it's a car, whether they need to fix. Sorry, guys, these are not the tools that we are giving you. El Arabi did give us a very long list, COO, of the tools that these guys need, and we'll be sharing that with you. And hopefully you can find some money to fund them. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the last but not least presentation, we then head over to the countries, not the countries, actually the world's second biggest vertical manufacturing country, and that is Turkey, with our designers. So we spent a week in Turkey with the designers. Oh, I struggled to keep up. I thought I was stylish. These guys, they had like bags. They had like bags. Every single day was like a runway for them. They had an outfit for each and every day. This morning I was like, Sandy, if you don't like this, this is what it is. I'm not going to put any frills and all of that. I think she was looking at me like, hey, I should have come in early to style you. But we had an exciting time with the group. And now I would like to call upon my partner in all things exciting around international immersions, and that is Ms. Carla from UCT. She is the design partner, and she assists us as the W&Rseta in terms of the design of our international immersion. So she's just going to give us an overview of how that project went by. Carla, over to you.
Certainly, and thank you, Martha. Can everybody... Going to Turkey, why not take these 5 designers with? That was such a brilliant idea and opportunity that we just really jumped on it. So Martha already said we went for a week We took 5 designers. That happened in February, which was also incidentally the coldest time of year. We trekked through rain and snow. I see Tom smiling. He might remember the sightseeing day at the Hagia Sophia where we had to buy raincoats and gloves just not to get soaked. But adventure was had. But just to walk through some of the objectives, really, it was to facilitate high-level engagement between these designers and local Turkish designers, for them to meet their peers, but also to meet global fashion businesses, to be inspired, but also to get an understanding of the Turkish retail ecosystem, because it is such a sophisticated market with so many lessons, and establish those strategic partnerships. Last but not least, when Martha and we were brainstorming about this, we said this is not just an immersion. They're not going to go and visit. It's also something which should have post-immersion support to really help integrate and land those learnings. So I think today is so exciting for us to see how that has truly landed. So as you can see before, I really appreciated the presentation by our Egyptian colleagues, just to really talk about how important it is to have that integrated learning journey, where you start with the orientation before, you arrive prepared, it's very clear what you're aiming to achieve, and then to come back and to plow those learnings back into a set of very deliberate questions and business plans that our stylish friends developed. If I knew we would have such a wonderful video giving an overview of the Turkish visit, I wouldn't have bothered preparing these slides. But just to give you a little bit of a taste of what we did and go experience, we had the privilege of going to Ramsey, which is an iconic Turkish menswear designer, and really a family-run business that has survived for now generations. On the next day, we had an opportunity to visit the Turkish Clothing Manufacturers Association, because in Turkey, you do not get to that level of sophistication in a sector if you do not work together. So some great lessons there. We also visited Cotton, which is an iconic Turkish brand, really known for their innovative selections, and we really received deep lessons on marketing and how to partner, form innovative partnerships, use social media, and more. Then we went to Giziad Gate the next day. I don't know if anyone here in the audience remember the Young Designers Emporium. Yes, now just think of that, multi-brand showroom, but next level. And we also visited the IFCO Fair, which is the premier fashion trade fair in Turkey. We had an opportunity to meet the Istanbul Apparel Exporters Association, again, just getting to understand how people work together to get to those numbers that you saw on the first slide, that level of export success. We visited the Istanbul Moda Academy, which is a fashion school really looking at cultivating the talent needed to drive this sector. And finally, I think our designers really enjoyed this last visit with Metap Eladi, a local designer who invited us into her studio. Beautiful. We sat there having macaroons. Thank you, Martha. Just really lovely. And I believe even Martha was gifted some. You have a knack, Martha, for securing beautiful garments from designers. And on the last day, we really focused on the cultural immersion, also understanding this market, buying and selling going back for many millennia. So, enough about me. Thank you very much. I'm now going to give over to the stars of the show. Please welcome our 5 designers. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if is it on or I don't need it. Okay, my name is Oleli Dimbu. I'm a founder and the creative director at House of Ole. And right here next to me are my colleagues. One, two, sound check. All right, my name is Oleli Dimbu. I'm a founder and a creative director at House of Ole. We are based in Paulshof, originally from Bloemfontein. So right next to me are my colleagues. We have Sandy Mazibugo and Bobo Moko, and our other colleagues couldn't make it due to other commitments. So with us, it was very interesting because I believe we went to Turkey at the right time, where we were literally immersed into a cold weather and rain, but most importantly, we immersed into a beautiful fashion space where we went to learn how the giants of the industry, I mean, the one brand that we went to visit, they supply over 100 stores in Turkey alone. You know, it took me back to my Loction Culture days. I used to be a creative director at Loction Culture, where Loction Culture used to supply over 100 stores in South Africa. So it is possible, we can do it, and I think the opportunity sort of brought the reminder that if we work together, we can do anything that we put our heads into. And I just want to thank our sponsor, W&Rseta, and the GSB UCT. Thank you so much for the great opportunity. I've been to Turkey for, a few times in Turkey, and not for once have I ever sat with such important people and big people like the CEOs in the giant industry. And through your intervention, we managed to sit and ask questions, and they open up all the secrets and trade secrets, how they achieved what they have achieved and everything. And it wouldn't have been possible without your intervention. Thank you so much. Before any waste of time, I just want to also introduce the name of the group. We call ourselves F5. The name came after we came together. And this group was put together by W&Rseta guys, and I think they chose the right team. Can we give them a round of applause? So the next time you see us, you call us the F5, which is Fashion 5. All right. So let me tell you a little bit about House of Ole. We started in Bloemfontein, moved to Joburg, and I went to the UK, studied tailoring. We specialize in what we call the wearable art, meaning we fuse fashion and art. And one of many things that I do, I had a TV program called Raw Silk. Raw Silk was a fashion entrepreneur program on SABC1, where we take designers from all over South Africa, brought them to Joburg, gave them challenge and eliminate. So due to challenges, it stopped just before COVID, but we're hoping that with the intervention and conversation like this, Russell can come back because it really benefited the fashion industry. We do tailoring, we do couture, and we also do a corporate clothing. I'm going to pass over to Sandy to tell us more about House of Fabricens.
Thank you, Ole. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sandisiwe Mazibugo from House of Fabricens. House of Fabricens is a fashion brand based in Sandton. I'm originally from KZN, Kwatabega. So I started my fashion brand in 2011. So when I started, I was still in KZN, and then we moved to Johannesburg. As a brand, we've always loved using African print. So we decided in 2018, we were invited to go to Paris to showcase our fashion label, and then we decided to venture into textile printing. So we have few prints now that celebrate African fashion, African culture. So we have our first print was, can we move on the slides? Click up. Oh, do I click? Oh, okay. Click more. Oh, Ole already introduced himself. Okay, move again. Okay, so we developed a print which we call Nguni print. I'm sure most people have seen this print. It was designed by us. We took inspiration from the Nguni, which is the Zulu, Ndebele, Xhosa, and Swati. So in the print, you'll see it has different geometric shapes and the circular shape, which were taken from Isikolo, Amazulu, and some of the shapes from the Ndebele homes, the geometric shapes. So we always believe, as Africa now, everyone is looking at Africa as an inspiration, the rest of the world. And some designers, we are easy to cry in our corners and say, are they taking from us? But for us, it's always the approach of saying, okay, if they're looking at inspiration from us and our people are looking at the international trends and everything, what can we do as South African to celebrate our cultures through fashion? So we have different prints. So this is the first one, which is Nguni. So we went to Paris and then we were celebrated all over. The media was excited, saying Nguni print in Paris. And then we did another print. You can move up. So we have another print which is Venda and Tsonga, Sebedi print. So this one, this side is the one which is celebrating the Tsonga and the Pedi. So you'll see with the colors that we used, they're very bright, vibrant people, and you've got the circular shape of the Shibelane and some of the floral elements that you find in their fabrics. And we've got the Venda print, inspired print that side. So this is a second print that we developed as a brand working with another local textile designer. And then the latest one is the Tshwane print. So the Tshwane print celebrates Pretoria. It has different shapes. So when you look closely in the print, we have even the Union Building. We use the aerial view of the Union Building. It's in the print. And the Reserve Bank. It's just that it's not easy to show you everything now. But we even have the Reserve Bank as part of the motifs on the print. We use the architect this time. So for us, it's just to showcase our beautiful country through our culture, through the architect that we have, the beautiful building, Pretoria being the highest building, Union Building. So we thought it would be great for us to celebrate that through fashion. Like that dress that you see over there, it's with our Tshwane print. I'm sure people can be able to see that afterwards. So it was a good celebration. It was a good program to us because as a designer, we've worked so hard over the years and we've built a brand. We've taken ourselves to the international stage without any sort of funding. We've done that because I believe you need to start. If it's your vision, if it's your baby, you need to start rather than going to cry other people and say, please help me with this. So my motto is always start and the right people would find you. We've got social media nowadays. So you put your work out there and then the right people would find you, like how the W&Rseta found us and we became part of this program. So these are some of the people that have worn our clothes. Latest, the minister of, our minister there, Minister Patricia Delil, yes, wore our dress for the sauna, which is, I think I love what they're doing, where they're celebrating South African and the members of the parliament are not forced, they're encouraged to wear South African labels. So she came to us to be dressed by us. So thank you.
Amazing stuff, amazing stuff. Hello everybody, my name is Bobo Moko from Moko Originals. I am honored to be standing in front of you today and sharing some of my insights from the Turkey immersion trip put together by the amazing wholesale and retail Seta. We are really, really grateful for the opportunities that you've brought forward for us. Just to give a bit of background about myself, I founded a leather and accessories brand called Moko Originals. We design and make leather accessories. We make leather bags. We make leather shoes. We make leather sandals and belts. Our readily available item can be found at Mall of Tembisa, where clients walk in and they are able to shop our readily available items. We also have an option of bespoke, where customers come in, they want something designed according to their specifications. we are able to design that for them. Our products are inspired by the everyday person, really. Gender neutral, genuine, good quality, and very comfortable. Walk in, get yourself a pair, and it is as simple as that. It's for the everyday person. That's what inspires me personally, and that's what inspires the brand. I'll hand over to Mr. Ole to give you some of the insights that we have learned and put together as a collective in Istanbul. Thank you, guys. Okay, I won't miss opportunity to show my products, so can we go back? So that's me. It's one of my prints. So the process there is I paint on the canvas first, and from the canvas, I convert it into the fabric, hence the wearable art. So we have few, I won't mention all of them, but those are some of the people that wears my brand, the late AKA DJ Tira. We have, who else is there? Kulichana. Yes, yeah, so those are some of the celebrities. Also, we have opportunity to dress the Minister of Small Businesses, Minister Stellan Dabeni, one of the few that really walks the talk, and we really appreciate the support. And yeah, some of the things that we do. We also dress the Banyana for the World Cup, guys, okay? So big up to us. Okay. There is the products, some homeware, okay? So let's talk about the highlights, some of the highlights in Turkey. I think for me, one of the highlights is the fact that we managed to sit on a table with one of the companies that really inspires me, which is Ramsey. You know, some of the brands that supplies the world, and they have over 100 stores within Turkey itself, and it's sort of, you know, inspired me to think big and see how we can collaborate, and we've already started the conversation. And yeah, it's inspiring to see how Turkish people as well also believe in their products, and they support and they buy local, which is my request this afternoon. Please buy local. And can I see by the show of hands, how many are wearing local products today? Local, local, local. Please, guys, we need to change, because local is lekker and it creates jobs, guys, you know, and, you know, through some of the programs that we are planning, I think it will help with some of the societal ills, like teenage pregnancies, like, you know, a whole lot of things that, you know, really the platform is not about. So some of my highlights was that sitting, you know, with great men like this who build this company and is still going strong. I don't know, you want to share your highlight?
Some of the highlights as well, when we're in Turkey, we realize the support that they receive from the government filtering down. So as designers, we would love to collaborate and work together. We witnessed like a beautiful store. We went to Gizia, which was an amazing concept where we had designers showcased very nicely in a retail environment, because some of the challenges that we have here is when we are in retail, we're not showcased well. That's why hence your YDE didn't work out very well, because now designers, they rushed into production. And when you're thinking about that, it goes back to manufacturing and how they manufacture the clothes. Because if you're putting a young designer and giving them space to retail, now the problem becomes with the manufacturing. Do they have that, the facilities and everything they need for them to be able to produce in numbers? Because in our industry, as much as it's been said now,
we need to slow down fashion. It's fast fashion. It's fast fashion. But there's another factor that we still, that link of saying, okay, slow down fashion, but still creating jobs at the same time. Because if you are in retail, customers want clothes. They want, I mean, with the social media influence, people want clothes everywhere they go, like they want new clothes. We have tried as a brand to introduce the rental services so that people don't rush every time to buy. They can be able to rent some items, but reality of the matter, we are dealing with people who are like very much fashion forward nowadays because of the influence of social media. So it is a fast-paced industry. So for us to be able to manufacture and take spaces, occupy spaces in the malls, we need that support of the manufacturing so that we can be able to produce in those numbers. And our people, just like Ole asked now, how many people are wearing local brands? It's because it's not accessible, you know, because it's not accessible to everyone, because malls are expensive. They're not... I mean, they're not for us. When you think of it, I had a shop that I just closed now in Sentin. It was doing well, but I felt like the space where we were in, it didn't have like enough traffic. So if we're putting our shops in a high traffic area, we need the backing of the manufacturing and be able to produce quality garments. That's what we witness in Turkey, their value chain, because as brands, we even decided to open our own CMTs. We'll manufacture in-house and retail. But when we went to Turkey, we realized that's not the formula. That's not how it's done. Because we need to focus on marketing our brands. We are creative. I need to create. So now I need to create and then focus on marketing and think of manufacturing. It's a lot. We did that because most of our clothing manufacturing closed down in South Africa. So they closed down. We don't have a lot of CMTs anymore. They had to close. Most of retail brands, they have like a certain percentage which they produce in South Africa, but most it's important. Where else we can be able to empower our people and with the skills of sewing and make sure we have more tailors, we've got more school. And for us as a collective, we are ready to transfer our knowledge because we've been in this industry for a long time. 2011 it's quite a long time for me to be able. We've started with the internships, but it's only so much that we can do on our own. All of these things are like self-funded. We do internship programs with the schools where we collaborate with them. They bring their designers. So all those things are part of the things that we saw that side that we can be implemented in this side.
No, it's okay, thank you. And I mean, ladies and gents, you may ask why Turkey. They are a global manufacturing hub in the industry. They are amongst the best. So we had to go there and learn the techniques. How is it that they've gotten this far? One of the things that we realize is that they buy local. The everyday person buys local. The laws there and the government is quite supportive because the industry on its own as a huge contributor in the economy of that country. So that was also quite opening. So I do encourage you, ladies and gents, to please buy locally. Just to take you through some of the insights and the learnings that personally also I've learned in Istanbul, it's the high quality manufacturing, you know, the sustainable production methods. Well-oiled machine, very seamless. The work, the skillful personalities that work there, they employ quite a lot of skilled people. You get from young people to a bit older people. They are very skilled. The quality of the product is of global standards. Hence, they are trading with the likes of Europe, the biggest players in the fashion industry. So manufacturing is quite key as well in this. As what you produce, it needs to be of that quality, it needs to be of that standard, so that you're able to sell it to the next country or sell it even locally to start with. So those are just some of the learnings. In terms of the retail and the merchandising strategy, the retail industry is amazing. I mean, some of the mannequins that I saw there was actually my first time seeing them. I mean, I saw a mannequin this tall. I mean, they are following really the latest of trends in terms of retail, how they look. The whole wholesale system is very seamless, from factory production to wholesale to retail. The synergy is very, very, very powerful. So those are just some of the learnings that I personally have learned. And I would like to suggest, or rather a call to the wholesale and retail sector, but also to the manufacturing sector, is that to truly unlock the potential of South Africa's fashion sector, it is essential to recognize the critical synergy between manufacturing, wholesale, and retail. One cannot thrive without the other. There is no sustainable retail without strong manufacturing, and no manufacturing impact without access to market through wholesale and retail channels. So it's important that we come together as an industry and collaborate. Thank you. Thank you. It's quite clear that we have a lot of talent and skill in the house, ladies and gentlemen. So the question might be, what is the challenge? Why are we not fully participate in this amazing space? And we listed few, and one being, yes, our industry is still young, but I think funding is very critical. Number two is the skill, lack of skill, and it's also our responsibility as well to transfer skill and capacity building, which is something that we're working on, and equipment, which is the latest machinery, is another challenge that is holding us back. And also, when I was in Turkey, I saw something that is very mind-blowing, the fact that there was not even a single South African product in Istanbul or Turkey. And for me, I think that's an opportunity. And through collaboration, we can start penetrating that market because we're very creative. Most of their product you can tell because they are very basic and we creative, and I think they need us there. Do you guys agree?
Agreed.
Yeah. Agreed. Okay. So also, never stop learning, I think, is part of way forward. What's our offtake? What's our something that you're taking home and something that you're gonna do better to never stop learning. And I think there's one big fair that is happening in Paris called Premier Vision. That's where they just deal with fabric, and it's one of our requests that if, with Retail Sita can assist us to attend fairs like that. I don't know if you want to add on that. Never stop learning.
So as part of our proposed solution, so we had a fashion council in Johannesburg. We had a Gauteng one, we had a KZN one. KZN one was very active. There are a lot of designers that came out from that, but I'm not sure what happened. It's also closed down. It's no longer working, and then Johannesburg as well, it's no longer here. So part of our proposed solution is to formulate a unified South African Fashion Council that will help us to protect. First of all, we need to protect our designs, because our designs are counterfeited everywhere. When you go downtown, like your small streets, you find local brands there. And there's no one that is, we formed the Counterfeit Alliance. We've tried, designers were marching on the streets trying to stop counterfeits, but we can only do so much if we don't have any sort of support, because there are raids that happens where they take all your luxury brands, your Louis Vuitton, your Nikes, your other brands, but no one is removing our brands that we're working so hard and making sure we're creating jobs in South Africa. They are all over downtown. But when the police officers, they go there, they don't know about our brands. We've tried, but So such councils will help us with that. A cohesive body that represents our interests on the global stage, a strategic plan for engaging with AGOA, BRICS, GTO, and trade platform. There are talks when countries come to South Africa, BRICS, but as designers, when we try to even import like fabrics, the cost of just importing duties are way too high for us. So everything ends up being very expensive, and then people complain that South African fashion is expensive. It's because we have that problem there are no negotiations that are benefiting the fashion industry in all those platforms. Development of enforcement of international fashion quality standards. These sets of guidelines and requirements will ensure garments and fashion products. I think we've spoken about the production. So if we have this council, they will make sure as well they check the products that we're taking to retail, the quality. Is it off the standard according to the Fashion Council? Because we don't want when people come to South Africa and find our clothes or in the malls, and then the quality is not as great as what we saw in Turkey. Skill development. No, I'm not done. I think this thing is blocking my view. Skills exchange program globally. So we went and visited a school and university in Turkey. And we saw some latest AI technologies, which we've never seen before, which can make our work a bit faster as well as people who are working with textile printing. When it comes to Ole, he also works in Malondi. We'd come up with our own prints. So that will help us as well. So it's some of the solutions that we're thinking it would be great to assist with. Do you want to take? Okay. Inspiration gained. Turkey's seamless value chain from sourcing fabric to retail is a model we can aspire to. The significance of business education in fashion is paramount. Their designers possesses not only creativity, but also savvy business acumen. So how that hub, the Gizia retail works. When we went in there, you could not even tell that it was like local designers. The quality, the craftsmanship was just on another level. So that is what we aspire to have in our country. And it's up to us as designers to make sure that our quality is great, because once we have the platform, we need to prove ourselves. Cultural elevation, it is important to educate buyers about African culture and the economic importance of fashion. So, like I said, people, they complain about when it comes to how much we price our garment, but the cost of printing alone is too high. The cost of fabric is also very high. So, with platforms like this, we can be able to educate our consumers on what it takes for us to build the brands that we are building. Need for enhanced manufacturing training, fashion. To sustain fashion as a job creator, we must ensure fair wages and provide more training program for workers, national. Namibia, Botswana and Namibia are one of the African countries that produces more and take the clothes international, because I don't know how it is. So I'm not going to touch much on wages when it comes to fair, because they are able to supply other countries. People make clothes for other countries, not like South Africa. I think people don't come to us because we are expensive when it comes to manufacturing. So I'm not sure how that works in terms of the words. Pride plays a significant and dynamic role shaping Turkey's fashion. Consumer design and policy makers actively promote domestically produced garments and accessories as point of honor and quality. I've seen proudly SA is trying to to encourage people to wear local products. I mean, I think that is something that needs to be supported. We need to see how Retail SETA can be able to work with them as well in terms of promoting that, in saying buy local. So we've got different trade shows that we've seen abroad. We went to Turkey, and then we realized we need the footwear and apparel to visit that one. I think Bobo will tell us more about the footwear and the apparel one.
Okay, Amond is basically it's a fashion fair in Istanbul, particularly for leather accessories. It's leather and footwear accessories. So those are some of the fairs that we would love to explore going forward and bring back more insights. With that being said, most of the challenges that we look at, I think it's important for us to solidify manufacturing, manufacture in-house. How we can achieve that, it's by, like my colleague has said, skills development within the sector, train more skilled people, and make fashion look cool again. You know, make people want to come work in the industry once again. Because as of late, you look at a lot of young people don't necessarily want to work in the industry. So it is our duty to make it cool again. In so doing that, we start by buying local. You know, we start buying local. We produce local. We are able to create the synergies, and it goes to the wholesale and retail sector. It is important, I'm going to emphasize that again. It is important that the synergies work. Manufacturing, wholesale, retail. It is important that we come together as stakeholders in this room and this platform and come up with programs, exchange programs with the likes of Turkey, the people that are skilled. If we are able to bring in a couple of the skilled people and come train us so that we're able to impact the learnings on some of our employees on the ground, it's how we can get to that stage where Istanbul is. It's possible, it can be done. Yes. Your role is to buy local and change the policies that you can and support these initiatives. Really, because these are the initiatives that are going to benefit the country. I mean, elevate poverty, the lack of skills development, unemployment that is so alarming. So I urge you to come on board on this journey with Fashion 5.
Some of we have Pure London. These are some of the fairs that we recognize as fashion designers, because when you go, you don't just meet people, customers only, you meet buyers which work. Pure London has partners like all the Harrods brick brand in London. So if we attend such events, we know we can start the conversation of taking our brands globally. And then we've got Canton Fair Fashion in China, which is what is the most interesting event for global importers in all industry. It is set to welcome more than 25,000 exhibitors across 3 separate phases from April to May 2026. So these are some of the recommendations in terms of the fair. When we visit them, we get to interact with other fashion designers, other companies like buyers that can be able to buy our products and take it to the world.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Fashion 5, we'd like to thank you for borrowing us your ears. W&Rseta, thank you so much. GSB, we thank you. And yeah.
Thank you so much. I just want to read this one. We are ready to transform South African fashion into a global force. Let's build sustainable partnership with the government, retail, and each other. We stand united. We're not just as 5 designers, but as a movement.
Amandla. Well done, Fashion 5. And on that fashionable note, Guys, are you sure you want to take this one? I see Nazim is looking at his jacket like, is it suitable? Are you in the right position to say anything about fashion right now? But quite insightful indeed, guys. And I think on this one, I would like to ask the CEO, perhaps towards the end, just to also just say a few things, because we've spoken about collaboration. As we have said, we've already had a lot of partners coming in to say, how do we take this to the next level? You know, collaboration, our sister SETA, the FPNM, the master plan, in the clothing master plan, and all of those issues. You know, how do we bring everything together? To the most fashionable panel member, look at your shoes, COO.
Yeah.
Not, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You're not going to say that.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I think the attitude from my office in particular, because now I can feel safe that I've already, persuaded the CEO. Every proposal I'm going to bring to him for all the groups is going to receive his favorable support. But what is important is that the textile, leather, and clothing, it's one of our subsectors that we have identified and put also part of our strategic plan as a SETA. But what we have not done in detail was to have a focused, dedicated skills development programs that will support that particular subsector, because we have identified it and recognized it as one of our subsectors. I'm also aware that in our engagement with SACT, which is a trade union, they once challenged us to say, because they serve in our board, but they were also saying, what is it that we can do to also contribute towards the campaign they are also waging from labor, considering that there's a lot of jobs that have been lost, and this particular subsector is actually dying a natural death. So as labor, they are very interested to say, what is it that they can also contribute and preserve the jobs? Well, though I throw it back to them, five Fs, I also threw it back to them and said, but also you are regarded as a trade union. Your T-shirt, I don't think you get it from South Africa as well. But now, the whole ecosystem, the way your presentation and approach, considering our role as a SETA is to facilitate skills development, probably we can start with where we started, facilitate the whole ecosystem, in that we rely also on your, intellectual capital, because you are industry players as well, to say, in terms of skills development, what is it that we can do probably to ensure that we have yourselves as one of the training providers that are accredited in facilitating occupational qualification in fashion design and also footwear and leather and textile broadly. I think that's the first issue that we need to facilitate. We'll rely a lot from our side as a SETA. So there is a qualification with FPM, but I'm not sure whether it is responsive to the ever-demanding, growing and trends in the fashion industry. On the other side of us looking at you as entrepreneurs, we might as well also look at how then do we bring in also the Department of Small Business. We just had the delegation that we sponsored, CEO, if you recall, that we took down to UK. And some of those SMMEs that were in that group, there was just one lady who's already supplying one of our wholesalers, and retailers, a retailer, Woolworths, with handmade bags that they use the old tires. I don't know what they do, but she's a fashion designer, but now she's already in a mainstream with her products in Woolworths, and Truworths was also coming on. So we might as well also facilitate that particular discussion with some of our mainline retail companies that in South Africa that we work with, considering the global fashion fairs wherein we meet buyers, but also locally. When we also brief one of our former board members who happens to be at Woolworths, she really expressed, eager to meet with the group, because she was like saying, well, I'm at Woolworths, but we're buying a lot of stuff. We will be happy as well that this group we must also meet with. So that is the entrepreneurship support element on top of the skills development I've spoken about. There's two things that we can facilitate from our side. That is the training. We get the program. We train as many other new upcoming fashion designers. You also take them in, wherein we can take the bill on our own as a sitter, that they can do their internship with yourselves. You mentor them in your what you call businesses, and then we take the responsibility of funding the stipend and all that from our side. But also on the side of the business, probably the trade fairs that are happening, I will be happy also if you can set up your own as well here in South Africa so that they also come here. But I know that from SETA's side, we do sponsor entrepreneurs, like I've indicated. The other group, we took it to London with Department of Small Business. We'll be happy as well to look at some of these fairs probably and see how can we sponsor them. I'm not taking a decision, but he's here. I've already, marinated him. Because, yes, and the reason that if we sponsor and we take you down there is also to come back and influence the curriculum of these occupational qualifications, because most of them, they were written many years ago. But there's new trends. Artificial intelligence has come on board in terms of the whole value, ecosystem, right from the day you start from designing right into having the product to the client. But also, Martha, we need then this, probably the three groups: the e-commerce group from China, the Al Arabi group, and this one. Probably let's put up one project. I'm just thinking what we can conceptualize, but we can conceptualize something out of this group, that their products, how they get to be on the e-commerce platform, and then at the same time, how the other colleagues in the side of manufacturing, FPM, W&Rseta, and as well as the Department of Small Business, which we've got a very good relationship to date. We talk, to collaborate and see how can we come up with one just, anchor project, integrating all three groups, and let's then have a 3-year plan, because I will not want us to support them just once a year, but just a minimum period of 3 years, and see how these three groups can be sustained as businesses, but they can also be a repository for the SETA to rethink how, going forward, other groups that will want to bring in and support them from skills development point of view. But I also don't want us to go outside our statutory mandate of facilitating skills development, but we also have an extended support for SMME development, and that's why I spoke of other role players that may really come in. But the industry is very crucial. We are going to have to talk to you quite now and then, because you are actually the platform that really should be able to say, as industry, here we are with whatever investment we're making, you also support to ensure that we sustain this type of businesses for a longer period of time. I think that will be my closing remarks for the three groups. From how I look at it and how I think, there's already ideas, but we might just need to bring the three groups together and put up a steercom and work out on a brilliant concept out of this as a post-support project. Thanks.
Thanks for that. I mean, I think from an industry perspective, we would come in from a RESA point of view, in terms of our relationship that we're building with all of the retailers and the manufacturers and the whole industry as such. Specifically, on the point of the second group, I think the challenge with this particular project is it's a macro challenge. It's a macro and an economic challenge from a government perspective all the way into the economy itself, around manufacturing in the country, the cost of getting this off the ground. And this is not, for the group specifically, it's not kind of, I think you've covered a lot of the fundamentals of what's happened to CTM and all of that stuff, which I think is kind of known. For me, for the local fashion, you almost need to start with the value chain from the customer back into the chain. So it's about how do you create awareness and demand from a consumer point of view? Because it's all very well trying to build the value chain back, to the customer. But then if you're not getting the support and the demand and the awareness from the consumer, the whole thing backfires again, and you don't get the kind of the impact that you're aiming for. What I certainly don't see in South Africa specifically is local retailers or retailers per se, not necessarily local, supporting local. So we're not like seeing like an Inditex where they own the value chain and you got clothing all the way up to Zara's rails. And if you travel, as you guys have, and you travel a lot internationally, you see common brands like Zara, etc., globally. And the one thing you don't see is anything South African anywhere outside of South Africa. Ironically, you also don't see it in South Africa, and I think that's a challenge for us. So for me, this is not about asking for funding to get a factory up and running. This is about how do you create awareness and consumer demand, and where do you actually start in the value chain? Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Tsepo? I know they won't sell from Take a Lot. Do you want them to sell from Take a Lot?
Of course. We remain quite open. Thank you so much. I think it was very interesting. One of the things that's interesting between the three groups is that when you've got a group led by entrepreneurs, it's clear they start by selling first. They started first by telling us all the uniqueness of their individual businesses. Entrepreneurs are always selling. I suppose it's what you need to succeed as an entrepreneur. I thought that was quite interesting. A couple of things for me, reflecting on the. I won't be long. I'll be short. But on the presentations, you said I must read before. I did read, so I want to show that I did read. I did do my homework. But in the presentation, one of the things for me that stood out is that if you don't understand the presentation by this group independent of the others, you begin to see a common thread. And I think it's quite important to create a platform where you're able to understand how do you bring the best of each of the three groups. One of those things for me is around e-commerce and how this group is not really deep diving into e-commerce. Shein is one of the leading e-commerce brands from China. They have redefined fast fashion. Within a space of 12 months, they were able to grow faster than H&M and Zara combined, both in the US and in Europe. That's how much of a stratospheric growth they were able to register. But what is the secret to their success? The secret to their success is that, firstly, they lead with an artificial intelligence model that presents fashion on the face of the consumer before it's manufactured. So what you see on Shein has not even been made. Now, based on how consumers interact with it, they then trigger their factories to manufacture. So they, as a retail platform, are connected to CMT factories all across China. So the designers will design concepts and put them online, and based on interest, trigger the factory to manufacture. So if we are thinking about what will it take to then rebuild the clothing textile industry in South Africa, for me, that's one of the things that I think is an opportunity to say, in what ways has this initiative, looking at the three groups, enabled us to look into what fast fashion is going to look like in the future. I think there's that opportunity. You may disagree, but I think there's an opportunity there. The second thing is, when we think of, from a particular perspective, a lot of the products that we sell, particularly from a clothing perspective, a lot of people who come to Take a Lot, they come for functionality. And a lot of the guys here, it's very bespoke fashion. Right? It's very occasional stuff. It's not everyday stuff. I mean, if I look at that, my wife won't wear that to work, you know. She will want to wear it for a wedding, you know. but she can wear that way. Yeah, but I'm saying if I look at what has been presented before me right here, right now, right, I'm assessing it based on what I see. But I'm saying even that you had to go in for measurements and all of that. I'm saying if you're going to produce for sorry? Oh, no. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. If you got it from the shelf, then that's great. But if you're going to sell to customers, I think it's important to also think about that. Not everything is necessarily going to be that kind of people are looking for everyday kind of stuff. But that's the one point that I wanted to make. Then the last point is this around skills development. We've been working with a college around developing CMTs. Our hypothesis is that there's a critical need to develop the CMT skill at scale in South Africa, because without that, designers are always caught up in the pace of fashion and the slowness of production. And the two are not connecting. And I think if there's one of those things that I think would be a useful take out from today's, we need to build up CMT skills at scale. Thank you.
You are putting me on the spot, but I think I'm not going to talk about this presentation. I'm just going to, in general, and I think the importance of skills development can never be underestimated. That's the first thing. I think the second thing is that as a SETA, we are unable to do our work on our own. Okay, so, and I think we're deliberate in our invitation to colleges, to those that are in the institutions of learning, industry, so that you are here, so that we can start having really conversations that make sense. But and unfortunately, the Department of Small Business Development, they were supposed to be here, in terms of them also understanding where we are supposed to be going. Because if I have to start with the fashion guys, I think sometimes they just need to retail and design and retail, but there must be a supporting structure. I mean, a lot of us have had some challenges where you say, I need a jacket at this particular day, and you get there and you don't get it on that day, and it's not their fault. It's the fact that they do not have a space where they can make sure that they've done their patterns and they just send them to a place and they get quality stuff in that space. And I think Nazim put it very nice. It's a macro issue, because in clothing and textile master plan needs to ensure that it looks at those issues, and whether sometimes government intervenes in some of those areas, we do have to. I mean, let's create our CMTs for now, and then, or we get someone to build, operate, and transfer. You know, we build concessions, and we say, let's give it to people that can run them, until we get into a point where, as a country, build it up. Fortunately, yesterday I met with the CEO of Proudly South Africa by accident, and we've taken each numbers, and I think that conversation about made in South Africa is important. Italy just came back from Italy. They've got a Department of Economic Affairs and made in Italy, as in one word, as a department. Made in Italy. Italians using English word in their department. Okay, so they use another name for economic affairs, but made in Italy. Okay, so those are the issues that we need to do, and we protect, and they protect from food, madam, the food bath, from food production, from the what do you call this thing, olive? Is it olive oil? From the olive oil, their olive oil. I mean, we were teasing them there about the best wines. They were not taking it nicely because they are protecting their wines. Okay. in that particular environment. I think we need to get into that point. And I think to really to the young people, as a CETA, we can do as much, and I think the COO has already spoken about the fact that we want to assist you to take it further. But it is important that there is a point where we will stop. And I think from the programs that you've gone through, we also expect you to put in some effort in terms of the opportunities that we've been provided. But we've made sure that we create these opportunities by having people from the sector to be here around you, to hear what your issues are, but let's work together. I want to speak to my friends from the institutions of learning. I think let's change the gear. Things are changing. Let's find out what is happening out there. Let's see how we collaborate with the sector. And I think if we have a difficulty doing it, the previous minister used to say as CETAs, we are matchmakers. I think we are available. We will create that platform. Let's work together so that when I was looking at these young guys at El Arabi, some of them were telling me they'd never seen some of the tools that they were using. They were seeing them for the first time. So I know that the government doesn't have enough money, guys, to provide that infrastructure and equipment. I think the sector has to play a role in ensuring that the equipment that is required by young people is provided, so that we don't set up young people for failure. Thank you. Yeah. So I think I'll end there, and thank you very much. Am I allowed to thank everyone? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for all of you to be here, and I think really this session was for us not just to have programs. Let's come back and report back. Let's see what opportunities we can create. Really, our space is skills development, but as a CETA, we felt that it's just not enough for us to end in skills development. When we can create opportunities, we will create, but we can't do everything, and we can all do it when we work together. Thank you very much for spending time with us.
Thank you. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how the W&Rseta is demonstrating creating value within the wholesale and retail value chain. So please walk with us on this path. We are all collaborators. We need you and I'm sure you've all found a place for yourselves. So let's work on this journey. The possibilities are endless. You've been an absolutely awesome audience. We would like now to invite you to join us for some lunch and networking. Of course, let's exchange business cards and ideas and set up steering committees and put those proposals together. So please enjoy. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
To all our beneficiaries, can we please quickly have a group picture? Please.
The skills revolution in South Africa has seen the introduction of the Skills Development Act of 1998, which in turn, the government developed the first National Skills Development Strategy, NSDS, the year 2000, saw the birth of sector education and training authorities that will implement the NSDS. The W&Rseta was established in 2000, and its vision is to be the leader in skills development in the country. The SETA has lived up to its vision, which is evident in the success and achievements.
W&Rseta is really humbled by the contribution of our wholesale retail companies, including our key role players, training providers, institutions of learning, and other stakeholders in making skills development a reality in the wholesale and retail sector. And today, we can really look back with sort of a sense of pride on the accomplishment that we've made, and look back with pride of what we have achieved over a period of time. As you would know, that this SETA also did not have any industrial training board. So it means as a SETA we had to start from scratch. So as we reflect on this milestone, we as a SETA really found ourselves on a path where, there was actually nothing. And when we look back, we can then see the trail that we have left with the work that we've accomplished together with our stakeholders. Our achievement really are a demonstration of a sector that is being transformed and positioned to remain key contributor to the countries. There is nothing as rewarding as you seeing an employee receiving their first qualification and that sense of achievement that these young people, you can see it in their faces when they get this qualification and entering a job market. Really, we've also had some really great stories and moments where we've got news about those that have gone through our programs when they get promoted into influential positions. We've celebrated growth also of small businesses and employees starting their own ventures. This has been really the true measure of the impact of our initiative and changing the lives of the ordinary citizens.
Shoprite places huge emphasis on learning and development, and this has been taking place long back before year 2000. Since the introduction of learnership and skills program in year 2000, Shoprite has actively participated and will continue to do so, as this gives the company an opportunity to ensure that we have skilled and qualified employees.
Skill is a big challenge in our country. And in order for us as retailers to acquire skilled people, it is a mission. The Rseta contribution to our business is huge. As I said, 80% of our employees came through the learnership. 6 months later, this learnership, they become employee. They got skilled, they've learned, they understand what is expected of them.
We started off, training the skills development facilitators of the SETA. We were right there in the beginning. Now you can appreciate, as the skills development starts with the SDF, that was Kampala Workplace Skills Plan, that make a need analysis, there's the job profiling, there's the plan, that is in line, with the business objectives of the company. And from there, the training, would flow forth. So we trained the skills development facilitators of the SETA, and that formed the basis and the foundation from which, the first WSPs were submitted to the SETA. And then we were so privileged, to be involved with the piloting of the very first 2 qualifications that the SETA had registered at that stage, which was a qualification on NQF level 2, on wholesale and retail processes, and 1 on operations management on NQF level 5.
Really, this program started in 2009, 15 years. And I wasn't here at the time, and the pioneer of the program, Mr. Dihole, was really at the core of this particular program, the board at a particular point in time. And really this program is to create a pool and a pipeline of influential leaders in the retail sector. But what is also grateful and nice about this program is that you've seen a number of beneficiaries of this program getting into their own businesses, moving up the ladder, and we're dealing also in the retail sectors. And so there is really a return on investment on the program. And our stock-getting organization is that we're moving from good to great together, and I think we're really living that. Thank you very much.
The W&Rseta launched this as a pilot program in 2011 and 2012 and aimed to create a pool of qualified managers. We have approximately 2,000 shopping centers and malls across this country and employ approximately 4.5 million people in retail. South Africa, with its diverse and dynamic retail sector, contributes 15% to our GDP.
The W&Rseta is unrelenting in its skills development transformative agenda for the sector to ensure equal opportunities for young people, women, and Africans. One of the initiatives to achieve this objective is the Service Station Readiness Program. The W&Rseta partnered with PetroConnect for this program that has benefited 1,000 individuals who aspire to start their own fuel retail businesses, expand existing businesses, or develop their careers in fuel retail operations. A 21 million rand investment was made into the program to equip aspiring fuel retailers with the knowledge to enter the industry. Existing fuel retailers were equipped to grow their businesses, while current employees were trained on management and supervisory skills of fuel retail operations.
3, 2, 1. Professor B. Nzimande, Member of Parliament, on the 3rd of May, 2024.
To the W&Rseta, thank you for continually sticking to the promise to advance South Africa's economy through skills development.
As a SETA, really, we are committed to responding to the needs of the sector, and we are looking forward to continue the skills revolution with stakeholders as we journey through the challenging and opportunities that lies ahead. On behalf of the W&Rseta, I wish to extend my gratitude to all our stakeholders for enabling the W&Rseta to execute its mandate, but most importantly for being part of the system that transforms the lives of the people. Thank you for being part of the solution to the challenges that we all face as a sector and also as an organization and the SETA. So here is to 2030 and beyond, in moving the sector and the organization from being good sector and an organization to greatness.